Chapter 22:12. One had to know that divine spark depletion was different from dying in battle. Godhood depletion referred to the natural exhaustion of one's life force and divine power. Then, how long had those people been here? Are you the guardian of this training pavilion? Yi Xian asked loudly. Unfortunately, the voice didn't care about Yi Xian's intentions. Instead, it muttered to itself, "Little guy, choose your time ratio. Little guy, choose your time ratio. The lowest is 1 to 100, the highest is 1 to 100,000. The higher the time ratio, the more difficult it will be." What? Choose your own time ratio? In this training pagoda, you can choose your own time ratio? Yi Xian was shocked. One had to know that every time he entered a mystic realm, even if his time flow was different from that of the main world, at least his time flow was fixed from the start. So what was the situation in this training pagoda that Yi Xian could choose his own time ratio? What was this? How powerful did one have to be able to choose their own time ratio? For a moment, Yi Xian was stunned. Being able to choose one's own time ratio shocked Yi Xian immensely. Then, what kind of time ratio would Yi Xian choose the most suitable? One had to know that if he chose a time ratio that was relatively large, then Yi Xian might have stayed here for tens of thousands of years, but only a year had passed in the outside world. If that was the case, it was undoubtedly a good thing for Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian still had a lot of things to do. He didn't want to waste too much time here. However, if he chose a time ratio that was too large, then Yi Xian would face a lot more difficulties. The difficulty of the trial would naturally be much higher. How should he choose? It could be said that Yi Xian had to choose the most suitable ratio. Tower of Trials. I want to know if the divine beasts I've encountered in this trial are real, and if I can only receive the rewards at the end. Hee, interesting. Little guy, you are the first to ask me such a question. I can tell you that all the trials here are fictional, but your reward will be given out once every 9 levels. Alright, in that case, I'll choose the time ratio, 1 to 10,000. Yi Xian suddenly said, causing the Tower of Trials, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, to be slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Yi Xian would immediately make a choice after asking if the challenge was real or not and when the reward would be given out. There didn't seem to be anything inevitable between the two. Of course, the Tower of Trials wouldn't ask too many questions. A mythical beast? At this moment, Yi Xian felt a little regretful. It could be said that if the mythological beasts here were real, then Yi Xian would definitely be able to level up continuously. However, if they were fake images, then it would be more difficult for Yi Xian to level up. However, Yi Xian also understood in his heart that the Tower of Trials was probably designed to target ordinary disciples thousands of years ago. Presumably, even if it was incomparably difficult, it would not be filled with boundless killing intent. In that case, using a fake image of a mythical beast would be the best choice. Choose your initial boost. You can now choose a transcendent artifact or choose the boost of your cultivation level. Yi Xian was once again stunned. He had not expected the Tower of Trials to have such a mechanism. Choose a boost? In other words, as long as Yi Xian reached a certain standard, then he would be able to obtain a special boost in battle strength in the Tower of Trials. This kind of trial was simply unheard of. Of course, this was undoubtedly a good thing for Yi Xian. Treasure? Yi Xian didn't lack treasures, but as for a realm boost, Yi Xian wasn't willing to choose. Can I keep the boost from the Tower of Trials for use in the future? Hee, little guy, you are getting more and more interesting. You are the first to ask me for this. Of course, you can choose to keep it for use in the future. Through the boost, you can use it at any time. Of course, only when you are in the Tower of Trials. Yi Xian nodded. Since this was the case, then it was easy to handle. After understanding everything, Yi Xian did not hesitate and walked straight ahead. On the first level, Yi Xian encountered a mythical beast with a cow's head. This mythical beast had great strength, but its realm was the same as Yi Xian's. The initial level was the same as Yi Xian's? In that case, Yi Xian wanted to see what the next challenge would be like. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that as he passed all 99 levels in one go, all the monsters were of the same realm as him. It was just that the types of monsters were constantly changing. And when he killed the mythical beast on the 99th level, a beam of light descended, delivering Yi Xian's first reward. At the same time, he received another boost. Oh, this is the frost flying snow. Yi Xian opened the reward box and was stunned when he saw what was inside. The frost flying snow was not a high-grade or special resource, but it was extremely rare. The frost flying snow's effect was that it could instantly change the current environment when it was used. It could be said to be equivalent to a cold winter space for a short period of time. This item did not have any practical use, but it was extremely difficult to obtain because this item could not be refined. It could only be obtained through luck. Yi Xian did not expect that his first reward would be such a special item. However, Yi Xian did not know that his surprise had only just begun. In the following challenges, Yi Xian would receive a boost every 99 levels. At the same time, he would also receive a treasure as a reward. And these rewards were all special resources without exception. Especially when Yi Xian passed the 99th level, the item he received was a legendary item. Ding! System notification, specified item, Secret Zone Stone. With this item, the host can create a secret zone on his own. There is no time or place limit. Yes, the reward for the 99th level was such an item. Many experts were able to create a secret realm, but they relied on their powerful abilities. However, Yi Xian's secret zone stone could create a secret zone just by crushing it. There was no need to explain which one was more powerful. They were all special items. The challenge rewards here were all special items. The ancient beast pavilion was so powerful. How many resources did they have? How could they be so rich that they could get whatever they wanted? They could even use so many special items as a reward for clearing a level. One had to know that there were countless towers like this, even though Yi Xian was currently in one of the 6 core towers. How terrifying was the ancient beast pavilion? How strong were they exactly? However, Yi Xian also realized that there were only special resources here. Chapter 22:13. As for the rest, there was nothing else. Yi Xian had already accumulated 12 activations, but Yi Xian still had not chosen to use them. Yi Xian was secretly rejoicing that he had not used any of his abilities. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult for him to pass the trial tower. Yi Xian had a feeling that the augmentation of the trial tower was a trap. Yi Xian had enough reason to believe that if he chose to use the augmentation, the difficulty of the challenge would increase. However, the augmentation granted to the trial taker did not belong to him, so he would not be able to use his full strength. This meant that many trial takers, even if they had the ability to pass, would not be able to pass if they used the augmentation. It was a huge trap, but it was also a fatal test. What augmentation was this? It was a hidden test. Fortunately, Yi Xian had not used it. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. As the challenge progressed, the divine beasts that Yi Xian faced continued to become stronger. At this moment, the bull-headed divine beast that Yi Xian had encountered on the first level appeared in front of him once again. It's this bull-headed divine beast again? What special ability did you obtain this time? Yi Xian said calmly as he looked at the bull-headed divine beast. In any case, Yi Xian had seen this bull-headed divine beast countless times. At the beginning, it had only relied on brute strength. As its speed increased and it gained some special abilities, the bull-headed divine beast's strength continued to increase. In this challenge of the ancient beast pavilion, his opponents were getting stronger time and time again. However, Yi Xian's strength did not change at all. This was because Yi Xian could not use the augmentation abilities. Roar! Suddenly, the ox-headed divine beast let out a loud roar as a powerful sound wave swept towards Yi Xian. This move again? Is this the ability you obtained the third time you appeared? It's a pity that it is useless against me. Yi Xian's body tensed up as his divine consciousness quickly sealed off his hearing. Although the sound wave was powerful, it did not affect him at all. Rumble. Like a landslide, the entire ground shattered rapidly, and streams of scorching magma gushed out. Yi Xian looked like he was dancing. He danced freely on the rocks, completely ignoring the scene in front of him. This was because this move was something that Yi Xian had experienced before. Suddenly, a dozen lava ox-headed mythical beasts formed around Yi Xian and charged at Yi Xian. The ability I obtained this time is to control lava? Unfortunately, it's useless. Yi Xian said indifferently. The god-slaying sword in his hands suddenly moved. Under the control of Wei Zhentian, the god-slaying sword slaughtered those lava bull-headed divine beasts at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Boom! Every time the sword slashed down, a mythical lava beast would be killed. However, Yi Xian did not seem to be affected at all. He stood there steadily, only occasionally dodging. The challenge continued. Although Yi Xian only faced a few mythical beasts, their abilities were strengthened time and time again. The further they went, the more difficult it was for them. The flow of time was 1 to 10,000, so Yi Xian did not have to worry too much about wasting time. In fact, Yi Xian did not use too much time. Of course, it was not too long, but it was not over. D***MN, I've been grinding with this guy for 3 years. Am I going to keep wasting time like this? At this time, Yi Xian had already reached the 5,732nd floor. However, he encountered a thorny problem here. Back then, the lightning rat had a special ability that allowed it to set up something like a teleportation array in advance. When needed, it could activate it and then evade. Now, the thunder god eagle that Yi Xian was facing had obtained an ability similar to the lightning rat's special ability. It could also change its position in the air at any time. In this ancient tower of trials, every level would simulate an individual environment. It could be a snowy mountain, a grassland, or a plain. All kinds of landforms were completely random. If he didn't kill the target divine beast, then the illusion wouldn't disappear. Yi Xian had tried before, but if he used the system to destroy the illusion, then the challenge would only start again. Therefore, Yi Xian wouldn't do such a thing a long time ago. Yi Xian had already spent a full 1,000 years in this trial. Of course, the 1,000 years in here were not that long in the outside world. After all, Yi Xian had chosen a time ratio of 1 to 10,000. Deity vanquishing slash. Suddenly, Yi Xian brandished the god-slaughtering sword. A powerful sword light shot towards the thunder god hawk at an incomparably fast speed. Unfortunately, even Yi Xian did not have the slightest confidence. Indeed, the thunder god eagle's figure flashed and disappeared again. If Yi Xian had been in an environment with high mountains, perhaps it would have been better. However, Yi Xian was now in a plain environment. The sword light disappeared, and the deity vanquishing slash missed again. D***MN, I can't let this go on. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be trapped here. Yi Xian thought to himself. In fact, he had already used all the methods he could think of. Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form would be refreshed every day. However, no matter what form the Dharma treasure took, Yi Xian could not do anything to the thunder god eagle. At the same time, Yi Xian had used the god slayer, the 1,000 beast sword servants, the divine mount, and even the summon the heavens ability. It was useless, completely useless. The thunder god eagle's previous buff was its powerful senses. It could use its divine telekinesis to set up a domain-like divine telekinesis space in the entire virtual space. Before any of Yi Xian's actions could be executed, the thunder god eagle would already know. Then, it could teleport without any cooldown and make him disappear quickly. Rumble. It's coming again. Yi Xian's figure dodged quickly. In an instant, with Yi Xian as the center, countless lightning bolts formed a purgatory. Fortunately, Yi Xian was already used to this attack method. This was the lightning attack method that the thunder god eagle had when it first appeared. Although it had been strengthened many times, its attack method had not changed much. Therefore, Yi Xian was able to dodge. This can't go on. What should I do? System, do you have any good ideas? After entering the ancient Tower of Trials, Yi Xian had not called for the system for a long time. However, this time, he could only ask for the system's help. Ding. System notification, host, please take note. The host currently has two options. First, use special materials to strengthen the host's body. This will allow the host to have faster reflexes and stronger divine telekinesis. Ding. Second option, the host can use special materials to set up special restrictions to trap the target. Chapter 22:14. In fact, Yi Xian had asked the system before, but the answer he received was not what Yi Xian wanted. One had to know that if the special materials that Yi Xian had obtained could be brought out and strengthened with devour points, then Yi Xian would be able to obtain countless benefits. If he directly used them to strengthen his body, then it would be a waste. If the method of using devouring points to deal with the special materials was considered to be 100, then, the method of using the special materials to strengthen his body would only be worth 1. In other words, he would waste 90% of the materials. Yi Xian was not willing to waste, let alone waste 99% of the materials. As for the bait, Yi Xian could not accept it. Using up a lot of special materials to bait the thunder god eagle was a stupid method of waiting for the rabbit. It was not a method that Yi Xian liked. What should he do? Could it be that there was no other choice now? Could it be that he could only waste the materials? Yi Xian gritted his teeth. If it was a waste, then so be it. After all, the abilities would still belong to him after the strengthening. System, use the best strengthening method. I want to use the special materials to strengthen myself. Special materials were the only reward in the ancient Tower of Trials. But now, he had no choice but to use them. Ding. System notification, host, please take note. Please select a strengthening method. Available choices, strengthen divine sense, breakthrough bloodline, strengthen reflexes, strengthen divine power control. Breakthrough bloodline. Indeed, Yi Xian really wanted to break through bloodline. However, if he used specific materials to break through, then he only needed a few of them. But if Yi Xian chose to break through now, he would use up almost all of his special materials. Of course, the other choices were not much better. These special materials could not be said to give Yi Xian what he wanted. In the end, Yi Xian could only use the wasteful method to achieve his goal. Fortunately, since Yi Xian had already decided to waste, he did not mind wasting a little more. System, I want to break through bloodline. At the same time, use the remaining special materials to strengthen divine sense. Yi Xian was prepared to waste everything in one go. Ding. System notification, material combination complete. Ding. System notification, host's bloodline breakthrough. Ding. System notification, demigod war god bloodline, demigod sword god bloodline fusion. Ding. System notification, the host has used a special material to forcefully fuse with the bloodline, causing the bloodline to mutate. Ding. System notification, mutation is continuing. Ding. System notification, mutation complete. All of the host's special resources have been devoured by the new bloodline. Ding. System notification, congratulations to the host. You have obtained a unique bloodline, divine bloodline, eternal bloodline. Eternal bloodline? What kind of bloodline was this? Most importantly, Yi Xian had originally planned to say that it was a special material used to strengthen his spiritual force, but it had been completely devoured by the eternal bloodline. In that case, what was so special about this eternal bloodline? Yi Xian began to check his special bloodline. He would not have known if he had not seen it, but the moment he saw it, he was shocked. It could be said that when he saw the description of the eternal bloodline, Yi Xian fell into ecstasy. Eternal bloodline, the only unique bloodline that is unique to the host. Special attribute 1, all-rounder. Gods at the level of Lord God and above could master one or two special natural laws, such as time, space, life, and so on. However, even the most talented Lord Gods could only master 2 laws at most. However, with the eternal bloodline, the host could master all powers of laws as long as the host was willing and met the prerequisites. Master all powers of laws. This eternal bloodline was really too powerful. Yi Xian looked at the first attribute and was stunned. Just what kind of growth space did this eternal bloodline give Yi Xian? It was simply unimaginable to Yi Xian himself. Of course, the eternal bloodline was still a super big bottle for now. As for what kind of water was in it, only Yi Xian could choose in the future. Special Attribute 2, Force Devouring. This attribute allows the host to directly devour any power of laws, regardless of whether it comes from an enemy or a natural law. As long as the host meets the prerequisites, the host can directly devour it. Special Attribute 3, Eternal Body. The eternal bloodline gives the host the right to eternal life. As long as the host's body is not completely destroyed, even if the godhead is broken, the host can self-repair. As long as a single cell exists, the host can self-revive. Of course, the revival time will be extremely long. At the same time, the host's recovery ability is stronger. The second attribute could be considered a complement to the first attribute, but the third attribute gave Yi Xian an immortal body. As long as a single cell existed, the host could be revived. Moreover, even if the godhead was broken, the host would not die. Not only would the host not die, the godhead would self-repair. Who had ever heard of such an ability? Powerful and invincible. As expected of Yi Xian's unique bloodline, he probably wouldn't be able to find a second one with such a powerful bloodline. However, was this all? Was this the full extent of the eternal bloodline? No, this was just the beginning. Skill 1, Eternal Domain. The host can construct his own special domain. In the eternal domain, all the host's attributes, including level, will be directly increased by 100 times. To construct a special domain, the host needs to use special eternal points. Moreover, every activation will also consume eternal points. Cooldown time, 1000 years. Skill 2, Eternal Reward. The host can reward any person, beast, demon, etc. according to his wishes. Targets not directly related to the host will be randomly rewarded. The reward will be randomly determined according to the host's eternal points. Skill 3, the host's current realm is insufficient, so it will not be activated for the time being. Skill 4, the host's current realm is insufficient, so it will not be activated for the time being. Skills up to 10. F***CK, isn't this a little too much? Yi Xian looked at his new bloodline and was dumbfounded. Even he could not help but feel that it was a little too much. Of the 10 skill slots, only 2 had been unlocked, and Yi Xian was already stunned. Then, how powerful would the other 8 skills be? However, Yi Xian still did not know what eternal points were. After all, there was no introduction to it yet. However, according to Yi Xian's experience, it was probably something like the killing intent from before. It could also be something like devour points. Although Yi Xian knew that the Sword God bloodline and Battle God bloodline could be upgraded to the unparalleled Sword God bloodline and Battle God bloodline, this eternal bloodline was obviously stronger. Moreover, the Sword God bloodline's Sword Servant and Battle God bloodline's Battle God Mount skills were retained. This eternal bloodline was a special God-level bloodline that extended from the mutation of the Sword God bloodline and Battle God bloodline. Simply put, Yi Xian now had 3 bloodlines in his body. They were the demigod-level Battle God bloodline, the Sword God bloodline, and the God-level Eternal bloodline. However, just as Yi Xian was about to get excited, he was interrupted. Boom! A huge bolt of divine lightning fell from the sky. The thunderous god eagle did not care about what Yi Xian was thinking. While Yi Xian was in a daze, the thunderous god eagle undoubtedly had the best opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under attack. Damn it! Yi Xian rolled on the ground in a sorry state and tried to dodge. Chapter 22:15. It hurts. Even though Yi Xian had dodged most of the attacks, the remaining power of the divine lightning was enough to make him feel extremely uncomfortable. Damned bastard, just you wait. Yi Xian casually swung his sword at the Thunder God Eagle. Unfortunately, he still missed. In fact, after Yi Xian had gotten over his excitement, he suddenly realized a very real problem. Even though he had forcefully fused with his bloodline and upgraded his demigod bloodline to god-grade bloodline, he had obtained a unique bloodline. However, it seemed like he had no way of dealing with this damned Thunder God Eagle. He had already used all his special materials to upgrade his bloodline, mainly because Yi Xian had no way of dealing with the Thunder God Eagle. This was awkward. It couldn't be that after upgrading his bloodline, Yi Xian still couldn't do anything to the Thunder God Eagle, right? What should he do? Yi Xian frowned. As he dodged the Thunder God Eagle's attacks, he tried to think of a countermeasure. Suddenly, Yi Xian had a flash of inspiration. Why did he have to fight the Thunder God Eagle head-on? The rules of the ancient 10,000 Beast Pavilion did not state that the trial taker had to be killed. In other words, the thunderous divine eagle also had a weakness. The most obvious and common one was that it needed to land to rest. It couldn't keep circling in the air. In fact, the Thunder God Eagle had landed more than a dozen times in the past 3 years. However, every time the Thunder God Eagle landed, Yi Xian was extremely tired. Therefore, when the Thunder God Eagle didn't attack, Yi Xian took the opportunity to rest. However, Yi Xian realized that there was no need for him to waste his energy on the Thunder God Eagle. As long as it landed, his chance would come. Yi Xian smirked. He decisively stopped attacking and dodged the attacks. Sure enough, just as Yi Xian had thought, the Thunder God Eagle was going to land on the ground as well. This time, when the Thunder God Eagle landed on the ground, Yi Xian quickly made his move. Deity Vanquishing Slash. Just as the Thunder God Eagle landed, Yi Xian decisively attacked. Boom! A frenzied attack followed. The thunderous God Eagle did not expect Yi Xian to launch a sneak attack this time. It had landed on the ground more than a dozen times, but Yi Xian had never made a move before. But this time, Yi Xian had made a move. The sudden attack left the thunderous God Eagle unable to react in time. With a loud bang, the Thunder God Eagle was sent flying. With this attack, how could Yi Xian waste this opportunity? He immediately pounced forward. In fact, Yi Xian didn't like the divine beasts in the trial, because these virtual images clearly possessed powerful strength. However, they didn't have physical bodies. In other words, even if Yi Xian killed them, he couldn't devour their corpses. Although there were rewards for every trial, it was very difficult to increase one's cultivation level. Of course, the rewards for this kind of trial were usually very rich, so Yi Xian didn't need to care about the level. The following challenges were considered smooth sailing. Although Yi Xian's opponents had more and more mystiques, Yi Xian resisted the temptation to level up, so his opponents' cultivation levels wouldn't increase correspondingly. Moreover, these were divine beasts. Even if they had more mystiques, they would still be restrained by the Godslayer. For example, when Yi Xian was on the 7,000th level, he had been entangled with a divine beast with an almost invincible defense for a full 50 years. 50 years of boring battles was simply unimaginable. However, that battle had lasted for such a long time. This was because Yi Xian's opponent had actually obtained a domain-like mystique. It was so strong that Yi Xian felt despair. However, Yi Xian didn't choose to use the level buff. Instead, he just continued to contend with that guy. However, in the end, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and used the deity vanquishing slash to kill the divine beast in one hit. Then, he killed the divine beast in one hit. It could be said that this was a very lucky victory, but it was also a victory that was inevitable. Finally, he had finally reached the 8,999th level. The final level was the final test before Yi Xian. One had to know that Yi Xian had been here for a full 9,800 years. Even in the outside world, that was close to a year. Close to 10,000 years of battle had created Yi Xian's extremely fast reaction speed and rich battle experience for Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian's level hadn't increased, if Yi Xian was compared to when he first entered, he would have improved by more than 10 times. The simplest example was his use of the deicide slash. Yi Xian could only use one slash at a time, but now, Yi Xian could use 7 slashes at the same time. Don't underestimate this small change. This small change allowed Yi Xian to have the battle strength to kill opponents above his level without the help of the system. It could be said that without long-term battle experience, this wouldn't have been possible. Of course, Yi Xian's level still hadn't increased at all. He was only constantly refining his will to fight, refining his fighting instincts. However, Yi Xian hadn't expected that this would be a bloody battle. After all, this was the final level, so it was bound to be the strongest level. However, when Yi Xian entered, he realized that this was the time to receive the reward. Congratulations, little guy. You have successfully passed the first test. Everything here is your reward. That voice appeared. Yi Xian understood that this voice was equivalent to a guardian deity that controlled everything here. Following that voice, a bookshelf appeared in front of Yi Xian. However, there were thousands of treasure boxes on it. Yi Xian naturally didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately absorbed all of them into his engulfing space. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the initial stage of the sect system. The sect system has been reactivated and automatically upgraded to a god-grade sect system. Yi Xian smiled faintly. He had been fighting for so long just for this moment. Of course, any other person would have broken down after thousands of years of continuous fighting. However, he was Yi Xian. He was the invincible Yi Xian. How could he break down because of a mere trial? Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer as he walked out of the trial tower. Returning to the outside world made Yi Xian feel as if a lifetime had passed. Fortunately, the generous rewards made Yi Xian's trip worthwhile. Yi Xian didn't choose to continue challenging the other 5 core towers. Yi Xian had already wasted an entire year here. He didn't want to waste any more time. After all, the ancient sword intent was still waiting for Yi Xian to slay it. Chapter 22:16. Once the ancient sword intent really broke through the seal, a catastrophe would be unavoidable. This was not the result Yi Xian wanted, so Yi Xian chose to leave this place. Since the ruins of the ancient Myriad Beasts Pavilion had always been here, and besides Divine King Limitless, no one knew that such a shocking secret was hidden in the Myriad Beasts Valley. Yi Xian did not have to worry about anyone discovering this place. Of course, even if someone discovered this place, no one would be able to pass the test of the Myriad Beasts Pavilion. However, before Yi Xian left, he did not forget to set up layers of restrictions to seal off this place. This was a place that Yi Xian would return to in the future. This place was equivalent to Yi Xian's private property. Naturally, Yi Xian did not have to worry about leaving. In the beginning, Yi Xian had set 3 targets. Now, Yi Xian had only reached the first Myriad Beasts Valley, but the rewards he had obtained had greatly increased Yi Xian's strength. However, it was still not enough to fight against the ancient sword intent. Therefore, Yi Xian was thinking of leaving this place and going to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Although Yi Xian understood in his heart that it might be better to just train here, Yi Xian discovered that only by finding ancient ruins and obtaining special inheritances would he be able to become even stronger. At this moment, Yi Xian had a terrifying thought in his heart. Although it had not been confirmed, Yi Xian felt that it was very possible. That was, the enemies and even the allies he was facing now were not the strongest. This was because Yi Xian saw a possibility in his continuous improvement. That was, if he obtained an ancient inheritance, his strength would increase greatly in the same realm. For example, Yi Xian's current strength was clearly only at the realm of a lower level 8 true god, but he was confident that he could instantly kill a mid-level spiritual god, or even a high-level spiritual god. The fundamental reason was that he had obtained an ancient inheritance. In other words, if Yi Xian could obtain it, then why couldn't others? These super experts who had obtained the inheritance of the ancient times were probably not as simple as they seemed. After all, the 100 realms of Mo was a very, very small place. Compared to the entire God realm, it was so small that it was not even worth mentioning. In that case, who could guarantee that in other places, there were no experts who had obtained inheritances from the ancient times, or even true experts from the ancient times? Yi Xian needed to increase his own strength. Only then would he have the ability to fight against those geniuses. He had to level up, but he wouldn't give up on the ancient secret realm either. In this valley of beasts, the inheritance of the ancient one beast pavilion was hidden. Then, in the valley of medicine masters, would there also be an inheritance waiting for Yi Xian? Yi Xian moved extremely quickly and arrived at the valley of the medicine masters in no time at all. Compared to the valley of beasts, the valley of the medicine masters was much more deserted. Although everyone knew that there were countless divine medicine resources here, very few people would choose to come here. This was because this place was too dangerous. Even Yi Xian was frowning at this moment. Yi Xian was only at the outermost layer of the valley of the medicine masters, but he had already encountered a divine beast. A divine beast that had devoured countless divine medicines and grown up to be a terrifying divine beast. This was a huge red serpent with 2 pairs of wings. Furthermore, it had already cultivated its own spiritual intelligence. Human, why have you come here? This is not a place you should be. Leave this place and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt. The giant red snake said to Yi Xian. Its tone was extremely indifferent. When it spoke, it did not even bother to look at Yi Xian. You want me to leave? Just by you? Yi Xian looked at the giant red snake and said. Although Yi Xian could see that the giant red snake's strength was extraordinary, it was impossible to scare Yi Xian away just like that. What an arrogant human. It looks like you have a death wish. The giant red snake suddenly stood up. Yes, it stood up. Like a cobra, its head was raised high. It was actually more than 10 meters tall. Its 2 triangular eyes shone with a dark red light. It was extremely strange. If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's with all this nonsense? Deicide slash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time, Yi Xian continuously swung the god-slaying sword. Several rays of sword light flew directly at the giant red snake. Yi Xian's training in the ancient beast pavilion was not just for show. At this time, his battle strength had increased by several times. 5 rays of sword light flew straight at the giant red snake. Under the effects of suppression, these 5 deicide slashes had the power to deal at least 10 times the damage. However, the giant red snake suddenly spat out a faint red mist from its mouth. When this mist came into contact with the sword light, Yi Xian was shocked to find that not only was his attack rapidly weakening, but its power was also being reduced. This red mist was actually a special kind of poisonous mist, one that could weaken divine power. Human, this is not a place where you should be. Leave this place. Yi Xian frowned. He did not understand why this guy was so determined to make him leave. System, detect target strength. Ding. System notification, target is at the peak of the spiritual god realm. Peak of the spiritual god realm? It was not very strong, and Yi Xian was confident in killing it. Humph, it dared to look down on Yi Xian. Then, this giant snake was courting death. 1,000 beast sword servants. Yi Xian suddenly summoned the 1,000 beast sword servants. At the same time, the 1,000 beast sword servants used their ultimate move, the 1,000 beast steps. Yi Xian naturally did not hesitate and directly used the divine rank mount summon. In the blink of an eye, rays of light appeared one after another. Divine rank mounts appeared in front of Yi Xian. 100 gold rank mounts and 32 platinum rank mounts. This time, it was a huge explosion. 1,000 beast feast. Yi Xian knew that this giant red snake might not be so easy to deal with. Therefore, at the same time that the divine rank mounts appeared, Yi Xian also used the 1,000 beast feast. Kill it! Yi Xian roared loudly. With a wave of his hand, all the divine rank mounts charged over. There were many types of divine rank mounts summoned this time. There was even a divine beast, the black tortoise. One had to know that the black tortoise was only an ordinary divine beast in the divine realm. However, the one that Yi Xian had summoned was at the platinum rank. Its strength was incomparably valiant, and even Yi Xian felt that controlling this black tortoise was enough to challenge the giant red snake alone. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He wanted to see how this giant red snake would deal with it. Human, it seems that you are courting death. In that case, don't let this monster attack mercilessly. Chapter 22:17. Following the giant red snake's roar, streaks of red light suddenly appeared from its body. As soon as these streaks of light appeared, they immediately transformed into giant red divine snakes. Although they were very small when they first appeared, their sizes were constantly increasing. Their numbers were even more terrifying. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian suddenly had a bad feeling. After a while, everything in front of him proved that Yi Xian's bad feeling was not wrong. Those red divine snakes actually charged directly at Yi Xian's 1,000 god-level mounts. These terrifying serpents were merely means of attack. Boom! 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 Amidst the crazy explosions, Yi Xian could not stand on the ground at all because the entire ground was trembling. However, even if he flew into the air, he was not safe because there was still energy spreading in the air. This chaotic energy made Yi Xian feel extremely uncomfortable. Yi Xian had not even participated in the battle, but he already felt so uncomfortable. One could only imagine how those god-level mounts would feel. To be more precise, when the giant red snake activated its special ability, Yi Xian's god-level mounts were already on the brink of extinction. One move, just one move, and Yi Xian's army of thousands of god-level mounts, including the 1,000 beast sword servants, was completely annihilated. How was this possible? Yi Xian was shocked. He did not understand how such a thing could happen. Human, do you understand now? The Valley of the Medicine Masters is not a place you can enter now. If you want to enter the Valley of the Medicine Masters, you must first obtain a higher title. What did it mean? What was this guy saying? As Yi Xian quickly retreated, he was also thinking about this question. What was this giant red snake trying to say? System, what is going on? At this moment, Yi Xian could only ask the system. Ding. System notification, collecting data. Ding. Host, please pay attention. During the ancient times, all realms of cultivation were divided into different titles. For example, the low-rank domain Enlightened Spirit God realm during the ancient times was similarly divided into the warrior, general, king, emperor, sovereign, and revered titles. Ding. Inferior spiritual gods at the soldier realm were usually ignored and were directly called inferior spiritual gods. However, a inferior general spiritual god's strength was equivalent to 10 warriors. Ding. Every realm is the same. They are all divided into 6 realms. In ancient times, what the strong cultivators pursued was true strength. They would only continue to level up after unlocking all of their potential. This is completely different from the current leveling up method of the celestial realm. Ding. System notification, every time you reach a new realm, the title will be refreshed, and you will start cultivating again. Ding. System notification, host is at the spiritual god realm. Ding. Host, please take note. Before the host enters the core divine world, the host will not encounter any super strong individuals with titles in front of them. Please do not worry. Simply put, people with titles were geniuses at the same level. The series of system notifications did not comfort Yi Xian. Instead, it made Yi Xian panic even more. Perhaps it was too much to call it panic, but Yi Xian really felt that things were not that simple. What did it mean that he did not have to worry since he had not entered the core god realm? Could it be that he, Yi Xian, was going to hang around the periphery of the god realm for the rest of his life? Moreover, there were some things that Yi Xian could not do even if he did not want to do them. For example, when had Yi Xian ever thought of provoking that ancient sword intent? The first thing he wanted to do after arriving in the God realm was to find Luo Luo. However, inexplicable things happened time and time again. Whether Yi Xian was willing or not, he could only be drawn into the vortex again and again, making Yi Xian face different enemies time and time again. There were some things that Yi Xian could not do even if he did not want to do them. Sometimes, even Yi Xian could only sigh helplessly in the face of certain things. Perhaps, this was fate. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the giant red snake. System, detect the strength of that giant red snake. Ding. System notification. Target is at the peak of the spiritual God realm. Ding. System notification. The system does not announce titles by default. From now on, if the host wants to check a target's title, he will need to use one devouring point to do so. Damn you. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He was already a little displeased because he had suddenly discovered the title. Now, the system was telling him that even detecting the title required devouring points. How could Yi Xian feel good about this? No wonder the giant red snake was so powerful. It turned out that this fellow was at the spiritual God realm like Yi Xian. Moreover, it was at the peak of the spiritual God realm. He could not beat it. Yes, Yi Xian could not beat it. This damnable Medicine King Valley. Yi Xian could not even pass the first hurdle. Why? Yi Xian really wanted to know why. Why was it that other people could enter the Medicine King Valley, but not him, Yi Xian? Ding. System notification. According to the records of the ancient divine emperor's inheritances, some special mystic realms will automatically change according to the title of the title. In other words, if the host has the title of the title, then the path that the host will enter will be different from others. So that's how it is. Yi Xian finally understood why others could enter but not him. Because Yi Xian was already much stronger than those of the same cultivation level, Yi Xian would be treated differently when he encountered special mystic realms. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood that the God realm was far from as simple as any of the realms that Yi Xian had encountered before. The God realm was even more complicated, much more complicated. In the God realm, strength was respected, and this was reflected to the extreme. Even those of the same cultivation level would be divided into 6 levels. This was the God realm. Perhaps, the God realm that Yi Xian knew now was the real God realm. What kind of existence was the ancient era? In the distant ancient times, just how powerful were those experts? Yi Xian did not have the slightest bit of confidence in his heart. Only now did he realize that perhaps he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. What he had seen was really too little. The giant red snake, Medicine King Valley? Just wait, Yi Xian will come back to challenge again sooner or later. When he comes back again, he will definitely kill the giant red snake with his own hands. It could be said that this incident made Yi Xian extremely depressed. A frog at the bottom of a well. Who would have thought that one day, Yi Xian would become such an existence? Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for discovering the title of the title of the title. Activating the God Realm title system. Ding. System notification. The host has obtained the title of God Realm Explorer. Ding. The title of God Realm Explorer will increase the host's chances of discovering God Realm secrets. Ding. System notification. The host has obtained the title of Ancient Apostle. Ding. The title of Ancient Apostle will increase the host's chances of discovering ancient mystic realms. At the same time, he had obtained 2 titles. Chapter 22:18. Yi Xian didn't pay too much attention to it because he was still vexed. It had been a long time since he entered the God realm, and Yi Xian had experienced many battles and adventures. However, only now did he realize that the divine realm he knew was limited. Only now did he truly understand that it was not that simple to explore the divine realm. Yi Xian had 2 tasks that he had to complete. The first was to find Luo Luo. The second was to rebuild faith. Yi Xian finally understood why there was a task to rebuild faith. The current God realm was much, much weaker than the ancient God realm, and all of this fell on Yi Xian's shoulders. There were many unknowns waiting for Yi Xian in the future. This wasn't something Yi Xian could imagine. Yi Xian's figure moved and returned to the Valley of Beasts. Slaughter, frenzied slaughter. It was as if only endless slaughter could calm Yi Xian's heart slightly. There were some things that he would find out sooner or later, but when he found out, Yi Xian still felt so powerless and so unbearable. On this day, Yi Xian was still slaughtering the divine beasts in the Valley of Beasts. Countless divine beasts' corpses were devoured, and Yi Xian's realm had already been notified several times. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a mid-tier 5th grade spiritual god. Did he break through again? However, Yi Xian didn't feel any joy from breaking through because the title was like a huge stone pressing down on his heart. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared beside Yi Xian. Then, Fei Yan appeared in front of Yi Xian. Girl, why are you here? Are you looking for me? For some reason, Yi Xian calmed down slightly when he saw Fei Yan. Sir, the 5th Hall Master asked me to inform you that the ancient sword intent has been acting strangely recently. If possible, please go back and take a look. All right, I understand. Yi Xian nodded. Who would have thought that the ancient sword would want to make a new move so quickly? Senro, come here. Limitless God King was always by Yi Xian's side, but he had no use for Yi Xian. Limitless Divine King did not know what Yi Xian wanted to do, but he immediately went to Yi Xian's side. During this period of time, he had also noticed. Yi Xian was actually not a bad person. In fact, he was quite approachable. Here's your quintessence fragment, Yang Qi said. You're free now. Focus on your cultivation. The God world isn't as easy as you think. Without strength, even if I don't kill you, you'll die sooner or later. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly threw out Sun Luo's godhead fragment and then fled with flying smoke. Glancing at the godhood shard in his hand, Sendra thought back to what Yi Xian had just said, and suddenly stood there in a daze. Of course, Yi Xian couldn't care less about what would happen to him in the future. Yi Xian and flying smoke's speed was extremely fast. After all, the matter of the ancient sword intent had always been weighing on Yi Xian's mind. Soon, Yi Xian returned to demonized Fishmen Island. Fortunately, the ancient sword intent had not shown any unusual changes. When Yi Xian returned to demonized Fishmen Island, everyone was shocked by Yi Xian's leveling speed. How was this possible? Yi Xian had only left for less than 2 years. 2 years. In the God world, it was not worth mentioning at all. However, in less than 2 years, Yi Xian had actually advanced to a mid-tier 5th-tier spiritual god. What a terrifying leveling speed. Everyone looked at Yi Xian in a new light. What was a genius? This was a true genius. Subconsciously, everyone was more respectful to Yi Xian. The 5th Palace Master was even more excited. Yi Xian was his disciple, and Yi Xian's achievements were the basis of his pride. What's going on? What happened? As soon as Yi Xian returned, he did not delay and directly asked everyone. Grandmaster Yi, after you left, everything was normal here. However, half a year ago, a mysterious force kept trying to help the ancient sword intent break the seal. Moreover, these people were extremely powerful. We couldn't do anything to them at all. We didn't even know who they were. A month ago, an invincible restriction that you set up was actually broken by those people. Although we tried our best to stop them, those people from the mysterious force still managed to enter the ancient sword intent side. These guys kept breaking the ancient sword intent seal, so we could only ask you to come back in advance. Everyone spoke one after another, and I told Yi Xian what had happened. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Finally couldn't hold it in anymore? In fact, halfway through the story, Yi Xian had already guessed who was behind it. Yi Xian turned around and asked the 5th Palace Master, Master, has Mo Shanggu made any moves during this time? Yi Xian's question caused everyone to be at a loss. Only the elder from the third hall's body abruptly stiffened. Well, I'm not sure either. I find it strange too. Why didn't the sect send any reinforcements? Look, I've brought all of your senior brothers and sisters here. Our fifth hall has almost become a power that drifts outside of the Mo Shang Pavilion. The fifth palace master chuckled. Although Yi Xian was his disciple, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded and then said something that shocked everyone. In that case, master, you should leave Mo Shanggu. If I'm not wrong, this time, Mo Shanggu is the culprit. Don't you think so, Uncle Master? Yi Xian's last sentence was, of course, directed at the third palace elder. Yi Xian, what are you saying? Are you trying to deceive your master and destroy your ancestors? How dare you doubt your own sect? The third palace elder said in exasperation. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care about him at all. Instead, he attacked directly. Yes, in front of so many people, Yi Xian attacked without hesitation. Deity slaying slash. Wei Zhentian, magic treasure form. 5 rays of sword light flew towards the third palace elder. At the same time, Yi Xian separated Wei Zhentian from the deicide sword. Spear of destruction, throwing magic treasure. Powerful attack. Useless. Berserk godly bow, automatically locking onto the enemy and killing them forever. Yes, this is not bad. Yi Xian grabbed the berserk godly bow that Wei Zhentian had transformed into and knocked an arrow. As soon as he attacked, he fired 9 consecutive arrows. 9 divine arrows of light locked onto the third palace elder and shot out. No one would have thought that Yi Xian would suddenly attack, including the elders of the third hall. After all, in his eyes, no matter how disobedient Yi Xian was, he was still Mo Shangji's disciple. Moreover, with so many people present, he felt that Yi Xian would not dare to deceive his master and destroy his ancestors. Deceive my master and destroy my ancestors? Ha, Yi Xian's sect is not your hypocritical Mo Shanggu, but the fifth palace elder. Yi Xian said loudly. At the same time, he rushed out. Chapter 22:19. The sword fell and directly cut off the third hall's elder's arms. Yi Xian's other hand instantly cast several restrictions and directly sealed the third hall's elder. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It could be said that no one reacted at all, including the disciples of the third hall. Yi Xian waved his hand and directly put away the elder's interspatial ring. After looking through it and seeing that there was nothing worth paying attention to, Yi Xian directly swallowed it. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a mid-grade 6th grade spiritual god. By the time everyone reacted, the outcome was already decided. The third hall's elder had already lost the slightest ability to resist. Yi Xian, what are you doing? Several shouts sounded. The disciples of the third hall had already gotten into their battle stances. However, the people of the fifth hall trusted Yi Xian. In addition, Ling Xian Pavilion, the 100 buildings, and other forces had also taken action. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with tension, as if a battle would break out in the next moment. Alright, wait until your elder tells you the truth. Then you will know what I am doing. Yi Xian said loudly, temporarily stopping the conflict that was about to erupt. Then, Yi Xian said to the elder, speak. Tell us your mission and the actions of the first hall. I know that you haven't completely fallen into it. That's why I didn't directly kill you. Instead, I sealed you. If you still have a conscience, then you should know what exactly they will bring to Mo Beijing. You, how did you know? The elder's subconscious words were undoubtedly equivalent to what Yi Xian said was the truth. You don't need to ask how I know. Don't worry, you are not from the first hall. You are just being used. Tell us the details and I can guarantee that I will immediately undo your seal. Moreover, I will help you reconstruct your body. Really? It could be said that even this elder didn't really approve of what the first hall was doing. However, he had been hiding very well and hadn't exposed himself. This was why the first hall had always trusted him. Yi Xian also saw this point and didn't kill him. Don't worry. Since I called you martial uncle, I will keep my word. Tell them everything you know. Alright, I'll tell you. That elder had long felt indignant in his heart. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, he naturally didn't want to persist. Damn it. The elder is betraying the sect. Kill him. Suddenly, one of the third hall's disciples' eyes turned red, and he attacked the third hall's elder. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was already prepared, so before this disciple could make a move, Yi Xian was already by his side. Killed with one slash. Alright, go ahead and speak. Don't worry, none of them can escape my eyes. Alright, Yi Xian. Although I don't know how you discovered it, your guess is correct. Whether it was the person who wanted to release the demonized murloc and the ancient sword intent, or the person who broke the seal now, they all came from the first palace. That one sentence instantly caused an uproar. They had never thought that the cause of all this was actually Mo Shanggu. I'm not very clear about the specifics, because I could only carry out my own mission. My mission was to find a way to cause internal strife. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's methods were too brilliant, so my mission was never successful. Yi Xian, and everyone, you better be mentally prepared. I've already discovered that the first hall seems to be controlled by a mysterious force. Boom. Before the elder could finish his words, his body suddenly exploded and he died. Clearly, this wasn't his intention, but the control of a certain force. Damn it. Yi Xian was enraged. His figure flashed, and he charged towards the third hall's disciple. Just now, only the third hall's disciple had been able to sense a mysterious force fluctuating. Yi Xian was sure that the elder's self-destruction had come from this person. If not for the restrictions set up by Yi Xian, this self-destruction would have caused everyone to be covered in dirt. Boom! Another sword strike killed the elder. Unfortunately, this elder was already dead. Yi Xian couldn't do anything even if he killed this disciple. Damn it, I was too careless. Yi Xian held the Godslayer in his hand, extremely vexed. Grandmaster Yi, don't worry. This Mo Shanggu's methods are impressive. He actually had a backup plan. Yes, but no one expected that all of this was set up by Mo Xianxia. Why did they do this? How could they still not understand the reason? At this point, they already knew everything that had happened. Although Yi Xian blamed himself, of course, he couldn't put all the blame on himself. After killing that disciple, Yi Xian's mind was clear. System, check these people. See if there are any puppets of the Annihilation Organization. Ding. System notification, not found. Fortunately, the situation was now under control. In other words, the Annihilation Organization would not find anything amiss in the short term. However, Yi Xian knew that sooner or later, they would be found out. Now is not the time to talk about this. Master, and fellow senior brothers, I would like to ask you all to return to the Mo Shang Pavilion as soon as possible. Without alerting the first hall, inform the people of the other 8 halls to evacuate and regroup with us as soon as possible. Yi Xian, are you worried that the first hall will make a move on the other halls? The 5th hall master asked in surprise. Yi Xian nodded. He believed that the Annihilation Organization would not let the other halls off so easily. Alright, we'll go now. Under the leadership of the 5th hall master, the remaining Mo Shanggu disciples all left and flew towards Mo Shanggu. Yi Xian turned around again and said to Ling Xian Pavilion and the others, I can tell you that the first hall of Mo Shanggu is not the only one controlled by that mysterious force. Now, you must move out immediately and bring all the forces you can trust here. Remember, don't come into contact with any suspicious targets and don't tell them your purpose. If you have no other choice, just say that the ancient sword will seal has loosened and we need everyone to work together. I'm afraid we don't have much time left. Alright, we'll go now. Take care, Master Yi. Everyone left one after another. Yi Xian knew very well that this sudden move had pushed him into a new vortex. However, there were some things that Yi Xian could not ignore since he knew about it. If he didn't do anything, the Mo Shanga territory would fall into chaos and countless people would die. This was not what Yi Xian wanted to see, so Yi Xian could only do this. Chapter 22:20. Girl, take them and search around. If there's anything suspicious, tell me immediately. I'll go and reinforce the ancient sword intent seal. Alright, please be careful. Fian nodded. Soon, Yi Xian was the only one left in the camp. Strength. Right now, Yi Xian needed more strength. System, among the special items I obtained in the ancient beast pavilion, are there any materials that can be used to increase my strength? In the trial, Yi Xian fought every day. After coming out, things happened one after another. Only now could Yi Xian check his rewards. Ding. System upgrade. Host can now fuse with the floral essence sword servant. Then, let's fuse. Even if the floral essence sword servant could not provide Yi Xian with much battle power, Yi Xian had to cherish it even if it was just a little bit of battle power. Ding. Beginning fusion. Ding. Fusion. Congratulations to host for obtaining the floral essence sword servant. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining the healing ability of the floral essence sword servant. Yi Xian did not have the mood to care about anything else. He had already decided that if these special materials could not provide any actual value to Yi Xian, then Yi Xian would devour them all. System, continue checking. See if there's anything useful. Ding. System notification, the floral essence sword servant can now be promoted. Does host choose to promote the floral essence sword servant? Yes, choose. Ding. Promotion successful. Congratulations to host for promoting the floral essence sword servant to floral essence sword servant. Continue. Ding. System notification, host now has a total of 123 different skills and divine abilities. Skills and divine abilities? When did he obtain them? Right, after passing the ancient beast pavilion trial, Yi Xian obtained thousands of treasures. However, Yi Xian did not check them carefully. It seemed that these were all obtained at that time. If that's the case, then I'll fuse all of these divine abilities and skills together. In addition, I'll add all of the special materials that I can. I'd like to see what kind of skills I can get this time. Yes, Yi Xian was going to go all out this time. He was going to throw in so many mystiques and skills, as well as countless special materials. Even Yi Xian did not know which mystiques he was going to get. However, it was necessary to take a huge gamble this time. Ding. Fusion in progress. Ding. Adding special materials. Ding. System notification, hosts, summon the world, skill has been matched with the new skill. Automatically fusing. Ding. System notification, the host's mirror image divine ability has matched with the new technique, automatically fusing. Ding. System notification, congratulations to the host for obtaining a new divine ability, the 6 runes mantra. The 6 syllables mantra consisted of 6 words, life, death, destruction, injury, recovery, and destruction. Rebirth. When the host faces a character whose realm is not higher than the host's, the host can revive the character within 3 days after the death of the character. If the person's cultivation level was higher than his, he could use special resources to revive them. Death. When the host is facing an enemy who doesn't tell the host's cultivation base, the host can decide life and death with a single word. Destruction, injury, and similar effects to death. Recovery. The host can choose a target with a single word, but the strength of the replica can only be at the host's highest realm. Destruction. Please note that this divine ability is the highest realm of the 6 runes mantra. Every time it is used, the host will have to pay a huge price. This divine ability is the upgraded version of the word death. A single word can determine the life and death of a bloodline. Powerful. What a powerful skill. Although Yi Xian had paid a huge price, such a reward was absolutely shocking to Yi Xian. A single word could determine life and death. Yi Xian could be said to be an invincible existence. Such a simple yet incomparably powerful divine ability was the most suitable for Yi Xian. Most importantly, this divine ability did not have any cooldown time. This was simply too terrifying. Yi Xian wanted to see if the extermination organization would bear his wrath. Ding. System notification: the host has special materials left, but the conditions are not met and cannot be used. Since he could not use them, then he would just devour them. Yi Xian directly swallowed all of his materials in one gulp. Ding. The host has broken through and is currently at the first-grade superior spiritual god realm. Yes, Yi Xian's devouring this time had directly advanced him to the high-grade spiritual god realm. It could be said that Yi Xian was very satisfied to have advanced from the mid-grade 5th-grade spiritual god realm to the first-grade superior spiritual god realm in one go. Yi Xian continuously set up several restrictions. He knew that even if the current him had such a fierce reminder, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the ancient sword intent in front of him. True immortal realm. This damned ancient sword intent was at the true immortal realm. The gap between them was really too big. Apart from borrowing the power of the seals, Yi Xian had no way to deal with it at all. The 100 territories of Mo, which had been peaceful for countless years, was finally not peaceful anymore. Countless people were walking back and forth in the entire 100 territories of Mo because they knew that a major event that could sweep the entire 100 territories of Mo was about to happen. People were constantly returning to the camp and coming to Yi Xian's side. At this moment, a new city had already risen up around Lingbo Lake. Unfortunately, its reputation was not very good because it was called a traitor. In the eyes of those ordinary gods who were not qualified to participate in such a major event, how could they know so much? All they knew was the news that Mo Xianggu had released. Unknowingly, Yi Xian and the others had been labeled as traitors. However, no matter whether it was Yi Xian or anyone else, they did not care about this at all. To Yi Xian, as long as he could stop Mo Xianggu, he could accept it no matter what Yi Xian called him. Of course, as time passed, the first hall of Mo Xianggu finally discovered something unusual. After half of the people from the 9 great halls had left, the first hall of Mo Xianggu finally made a move. In an instant, the 9 great halls were actually massacred. From the hall masters who had not left to the ordinary disciples, countless people had died tragically. It was only now that people realized that the first hall of Mo Xianggu did not only have one true immortal realm super expert, but 5. 5 true immortal realm super experts, a terrifying force. However, the number of ordinary disciples had decreased by a lot. The two forces were continuously gathering their strength, and a major battle was about to unfold in 100 territories of Mo Xianggu. Young Master, the Pavilion Master of Ling Xian Pavilion requests an audience. Yi Xian was researching a new restriction when he heard Fian's voice. At this moment, Yi Xian had become the most intelligent person in the entire alliance. Although he could not be called the commander, he was not far off. Now, in the entire alliance, only Yi Xian could temporarily lead the alliance by relying on the support of Mo Xianggu, the Mo Xiang training camp, Ling Xian Pavilion, and the people he had saved in Seal Mountain. Of course, to truly control this force, Yi Xian still had many things to do. Oh, let him in. Chapter 22-21. Soon, the tower master of Ling Xian Pavilion walked in, but this time, this guy seemed to have changed. Huiyun Tian, clan leader of Hu tribe, greets Lord God Emperor. Suddenly, the tower master of Ling Xian Pavilion knelt in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian raised his head. He did not understand why this guy would suddenly acknowledge him. Rise. Yi Xian looked at the tower master of Ling Xian Pavilion. He knew that this guy would naturally answer his doubts. Thank you, Lord God Emperor. Lord God Emperor, please forgive this lowly one for his disrespect. This lowly one swears on his divine spark that he will follow Lord God Emperor for life. Ding. System notification. Host has obtained 1 faith point. Yi Xian nodded but did not say anything else. I understand. What is it? Speak. Huiyun Tian looked at Yi Xian in surprise. He did not know why Yi Xian was so calm, but he did not dare to go against Yi Xian's wishes. Thus, he spoke directly to Yi Xian. My lord, this lowly one and the others had a simple discussion. We feel that if we continue to stay here, we will only be at a disadvantage if Imo Shanga attacks. Therefore, this lowly one suggests that we move immediately. You came here just to say this? If that's the case, go and tell those who have such thoughts that unless someone can kill the ancient sword intent, don't mention anything about moving. If the ancient sword intent isn't eliminated, we can't leave this place. But Lord God Emperor, the ancient sword intent is not something we can fight against now. Furthermore, Imo Shanga has 5 true god experts. If they attack, the consequences will be unimaginable. Is that so? Since you know that 5 true god experts are unimaginable, what do you think will happen if they have 6 true god experts? Alright, you may leave. Yi Xian waved his hand, indicating for Tower Master Ling Xian to leave. In fact, Yi Xian knew very well what these people were planning. Although Yi Xian had prestige now, he had not reached the level where he could convince everyone. Thus, the allied army was in a state of disunity. But even if they were in a state of disunity, Yi Xian could only rely on them. Perhaps there were indeed people who considered that there was no benefit in staying here, but there were probably more people who wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Yi Xian. Yi Xian's mind was clearer than anyone else. He could not ignore this scattered alliance. Otherwise, they would be annihilated by Mo Shanggu, who was controlled by the Annihilation Organization. Whether Yi Xian was willing or not, as long as Yi Xian did not want to see Mo Beijing become the territory of annihilation, then he could only do this. Yes, Lord God Emperor. This lowly one knows what to do. However, Lord God Emperor, this subordinate has a piece of news that might interest you. What news? Yi Xian looked up at Pavilion Master Ling Xian. It's like this. When Bai Swansea came over, he told me that they had found the information you wanted. Really? Suddenly, Yi Xian stood up. There was finally news of Luoluo. Yi Xian had waited and waited for so long. Finally, there was news of Luoluo. Yes, Lord God Emperor. According to reliable sources, that divine beast seems to be the reincarnation of the holy venerate of the demon god clan. However, it is unwilling to accept its identity, so it has been brought into the clan by the demon god clan and is now under house arrest. Since ancient times, the demon god clan has not had much contact with the human race, so we do not know much more. Yi Xian nodded, but his heart was still filled with joy. At least one thing was certain, and that was that Luoluo was safe and sound. Is the demon god clan very powerful? Yi Xian asked calmly. Lord God Emperor, the demon god clan has a certain influence in the entire god realm. They have a total of over 1,000 chief god realms. They are independent and rarely interact with other powers. Furthermore, it is not strange to see a demon in the chief god realms of the human race. However, there are no humans in the chief god realms of the demon race. Suddenly, Yi Xian's heart thumped. It seemed that it would not be easy to find Luoluo. What did it mean to have over 1,000 chief god realms? One had to know that Yi Xian was currently unable to play around in the Mo100 realms, and the Mo100 realms was only a small corner of the chief god realms. This meant that it was impossible for Yi Xian to rescue Luoluo now. Not at all. If the demon god clan had not been in an uproar over the fact that Luoluo was the reincarnation of their holy venerate, Yi Xian would not have known about Luoluo's whereabouts. No wonder. No wonder there had been no news of Luoluo's whereabouts after such a long time. So that was the case. Alright, I understand. You may leave. Yi Xian sat on the chair, his heart in a mess. The matter of Mo Shanggu had not been settled, and now the demon god clan had appeared. Fortunately, after so many troublesome matters, Yi Xian did not care so much. Perhaps he could only let nature take its course. Another month passed. On this day, there was finally bad news. Yi Xian, this is bad, this is bad. A huge army is attacking us. Yi Xian recognized this voice as Wang Tian's. Ever since the people from the other halls had arrived, this fellow had rarely come looking for Yi Xian. Who would have thought that he would actually come running over this time? Senior brother Wang, what's going on? Tell us in detail. Aya, what's there to say? Yi Xian, hurry up and go. Everyone is waiting for you to come over. Yi Xian nodded and had no choice but to hurry over. Overwave City was a city built around Overwave Lake. At the moment, representatives from various factions had already gathered in the City Lord Manor. Overwave City did not have a City Lord now, because everyone knew that becoming the City Lord was equivalent to becoming the leader of the Allied forces. Thus, no one had brought up the matter of a selection. Yi Xian had not arrived yet, but there was already an endless argument in the City Lord Manor. The Allied forces can't stay like this forever. We have to choose a commander. Yes, I agree with this point. However, I disagree with you saying that we should choose Grandmaster Yi. What's wrong with Grandmaster Yi? Without Grandmaster Yi, I'm afraid you wouldn't even know how you died. I'm not saying that Grandmaster Yi is not good. However, Grandmaster Yi is too young and his cultivation is too low. It's not suitable for Grandmaster Yi to become the commander of the Allied forces. In the realm of the gods, strength is respected. How can he convince the masses if his cultivation is not high enough? Nonsense, cultivation? Sure, the one with the highest cultivation here is the ancient sword intent of the demonized Fishmen Island. Are you going to respect that ancient sword intent as the leader? The constant argument in the City Lord Manor was because of the matter of the commander. Even the people from Mo Shanggu and Nine Halls were divided into 3 factions. One faction felt that Yi Xian was qualified to be the commander. One faction felt that Yi Xian's cultivation was not high enough and his experience was not enough, so he was not qualified. As for the last faction, they were just observing. The people from Mo Shanggu undoubtedly represented everyone. After receiving news of Mo Shangji's actions, this group of people started arguing again. They wanted to choose a commander, but could not decide who to choose. Chapter 22-22. However, cultivation and age were indeed problems. The quarrel continued without end. Even when Yi Xian walked in, it didn't stop. Yi Xian sat in his seat, leaving the City Lord's seat empty. Yi Xian sat next to the City Lord's seat. However, Yi Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he just looked at these people. He wanted to see what kind of commotion these people could make. Fian stood next to Yi Xian, but whispered to Yi Xian about what happened before he arrived. Have you guys had enough? Finally, Yi Xian didn't want to listen anymore and said directly. As soon as Yi Xian opened his mouth, whether they supported Yi Xian or didn't, they all shut their mouths and looked at Yi Xian. Is this the time for you to argue about these useless things? Mo Shanga has already punched. What, are you waiting for them to hit the city walls before you accept the challenge? A bunch of trash. If you have the time to argue here, why don't you think about how to face them? Mo Shanga is obviously just testing the troops this time. If you don't even dare to accept the challenge, then can't you see what kind of result awaits you? If you want to argue, sure. Get out of the City Lord's manor. You can argue however you want. But now, the City Lord's manor needs to discuss how to face the incoming enemy. Yi Xian reprimanded everyone in one breath. He really couldn't stand these people. The enemy had already come knocking on their door, yet they were still arguing here. Were they thick-skinned, or were they looking for death? This starts now. If you want to argue, then go outside and argue. Those who stay in the City Lord's manor need to discuss how to face the incoming enemy. Someone wanted to say something, but Yi Xian interrupted him in a fit of anger. It could be said that Yi Xian was being very unreasonable. Naturally, there would be people who wanted to jump out. This allied army was like scattered sand. Who knew how many people were eyeing the City Lord's throne? Everyone knew what they would have once they became the City Lord. Yi Xian, what right do you have to make a ruckus here? Who do you think you are? I'm only calling you Grandmaster Yi because I'm giving you face. If I don't give you face, you're nothing. Now, someone had jumped out. Yi Xian did not have any impression of this person. He did not belong to the faction that had surrounded the ancient sword intent. Now that he had jumped out, it was obvious that he wanted to cause trouble for Yi Xian. How dare you spout such nonsense? Pavilion Master Ling Xian suddenly moved and instantly appeared in front of that person. However, before he could make a move, Yi Xian's voice rang out. Stop. Pavilion Master Ling Xian subconsciously stopped and retreated to the side. Yi Xian stood up and walked over step by step. Who are you? I'm Guyu City's city lord, Gu Shang. Pa. Gu Shang had just finished speaking when he heard a resounding slap. Yi Xian had actually directly made a move and sent him flying with a single slap. How dare you hit me, Yi Xian? You actually dared to attack me. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Gu Shang was already extremely furious after being slapped by Yi Xian in front of so many people. He was even prepared to attack Yi Xian. System, detect this fellow's strength. Ding. System notification. Target set, inferior 7th stage spirit god. Inferior 7th stage spirit god? He dared to challenge Yi Xian with that little bit of strength. It seemed that someone had secretly instructed him to do so. Yi Xian looked at Gu Shang and said indifferently, Are you sure you want to fight me? Gu Shang did not care about that at this moment. He looked at Yi Xian furiously and said, Kid, I'm going to kill you today. Let me see what you're capable of. Yi Xian smiled faintly, but he suddenly said to Gu Shang, Die. Suddenly, a mysterious power erupted from Yi Xian's body. However, no one was able to detect this power at all. In the next moment, Gu Shang, who was still in a rage, actually stopped breathing. Thud. Gu Shang fell to the ground, and a person by his side immediately walked over. He's dead. What? Everyone's expression changed. He died just like that. Yi Xian did not even make a move. He just said the word die to Gu Shang, and Gu Shang actually died. His godhead is completely shattered. There's no saving him. That person continued to speak, but his gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with incomparable astonishment. At this moment, anyone who looked at Yi Xian would probably be shocked. Perhaps Yi Xian did not find it difficult to kill Gu Shang, but a single sentence was enough to shatter Gu Shang's godhead. Who had ever seen such a strange technique? Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? I'll give you a chance. Yi Xian looked at these people and said indifferently. Yi Xian was very clear that they had to use a special method to suppress the current situation. These fellows all had their own ulterior motives. If this was really the case, then once the battle started, the allied army would definitely suffer heavy losses. At that time, Mo Shanga would definitely launch an attack with his army. No words were spoken. The entire hall was silent. In fact, many people here had much higher cultivation than Yi Xian. Even though there wasn't a single true God Realm expert here, there were a few tens of profound God Realm experts. Yi Xian was merely at the first rank of the Spirit God Realm, so he wasn't a big deal at all. However, Yi Xian's strange attack had shocked everyone. Since no one has anything to say, then let's start discussing countermeasures now. As for the city lord, you can choose however you want. I won't ask, but not now. Yi Xian made the decision. Soon, everyone started discussing countermeasures. This time, Mo Shanga had clearly sent out a probing attack. It could be said that they had to pay particular attention to how they were going to fight this battle. Because the strength of the experts on the Allied army's side was much weaker than Mo Shanga. The Allied army merely had an advantage in numbers. So, they had to win the first battle. Moreover, they had to win beautifully so that Mo Shanga wouldn't be able to grasp the strength of the Allied army. After a short moment of discussion, they finally came up with a final plan. In next to no time, Yi Xian led them forward. This time, all the experts of the allied army had set out. However, they wouldn't attack at all. Moreover, only ordinary disciples at the deity realm and heavenly god realm would attack. Mo Xianxia's probing group had 2,000 members. Only 2 profound gods led them, and another 20 domain enlightened spirit gods led them. On the other hand, Yi Xian had sent a group of 5,000. Most of them were at the deity realm and heavenly god realm, and only 5 were at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. However, these people, Yi Xian, had used restrictions to support them. Since it was a probing attack, then Yi Xian had to tell Mo Xianxia that they didn't need to dispatch experts to deal with Mo Xianxia. Only in this way would those 5 true immortal realm experts be fearful and not dare attack with their full strength. Even though this was only a delaying tactic, what the allied army needed was precisely time. Chapter 22-23. The battle was about to erupt at any moment, so both sides didn't speak any unnecessary words. When they saw that the allied forces had actually dispatched such a group of disciples with such low cultivations, Mo Xianxia's group had almost burst into laughter. Perhaps in their eyes, they felt that they would definitely win this battle. Activate the restrictions. First group, attack. A disciple at the domain enlightened spirit god realm roared loudly. In next to no time, the first group of 1,000 from the allied forces launched an attack. Fire dragon restrictions. It was an extremely simple offensive restriction. However, only a single person was required to activate it. Moreover, these restrictions could be carried with them, and this was the greatest amount that Yi Xian could make in the shortest amount of time possible. Actually, these 1,000 restrictions were all that the allied forces could carry with them. There wasn't enough time, so Yi Xian was utterly unable to hurry up and set up even more restrictions. 1,000 fire dragons suddenly erupted, and it was an extremely magnificent scene. The entire sky seemed to be covered by the fire dragons. As soon as these fire dragons appeared, they roared as they charged towards Mo Xianxia's group. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another. The first wave of attacks instantly caused Mo Xianxia's group to suffer heavy losses. Kill! The 5 domain enlightened spirit god realm disciples roared at the same time, and then all 5,000 of them charged out in an instant. Perhaps their opponent's cultivation really was stronger than theirs. However, the formation of Mo Xianxia's group had been thrown into disorder by the attacks of the fire dragons, and they'd even lost a few hundred members. Damn it! How could this have happened? Kill them! Mo Xianxia's group charged out as well. Severed limbs fluttered about in the air, and the entire battlefield seemed to have transformed into purgatory. The gap in cultivation was always a chasm that couldn't be surmounted, and as the battle progressed, the allied forces gradually fell into a disadvantaged position. Grandmaster Yi, send out reinforcements. Otherwise, we'll be finished. One of them spoke anxiously to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian waved his hand when he heard this. There's no need for that. Don't worry, we won't lose. Moreover, we won't suffer too great of a loss. No one understood what Yi Xian meant. Because in their eyes, more than half of the allied forces had been killed, and defeat seemed to be only a moment away. They didn't know what other tricks Yi Xian had up his sleeve, so they were all puzzled. Yi Xian felt that it was about time, so he suddenly raised his hand. System, come on. Revive these people. Give birth. All of a sudden, Yi Xian's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. The mysterious power appeared once again. All of the people whose godheads had been shattered were now back on their feet. At the same time, a burst of light erupted from Yi Xian's hand. As the light spread, the heavily injured Alliance disciples rapidly recovered. Ding! Host's resources have all been exhausted. The 6 runic mantra has been stopped. Terrifying. In just an instant, the entire Mo Xiang pavilion was thrown into chaos. Retreat. They fled. Because there was no way such a battle could be fought. What was going on? The enemies that they had painstakingly killed were actually able to revive instantly and attack them again. What kind of method was this? Meanwhile, the allied forces were also looking at Yi Xian in shock. Just a moment ago, he had killed them with a single sentence. Now, he had killed them with a single sentence. What kind of mystique did Yi Xian possess? Life and death were in his hands. Just how strong was he? Unfortunately, only Yi Xian knew the pain of Yi Xian. The price that Yi Xian had paid for reviving so many people was not something that others could imagine. During this time, Yi Xian had used up all of the resources he had collected, and Yi Xian had even extracted a portion of the divine power from the devouring space. Even so, he had fallen into a weakened state. Within a month, Yi Xian would not even be able to wield the God Slayer, much less use the 6 runic mantra. However, seeing the enemy retreat, Yi Xian was satisfied. Time. What he needed now was time. Only by making Imo Shang Pavilion suspicious, only by making Imo Shang Pavilion not dare to act rashly, could Yi Xian have enough time to reorganize the allied forces. Otherwise, once the battle began, they would lose without a doubt. I'm a little tired. I'll leave this to you. Yi Xian did not dare to show weakness in front of these people. With so many people, Yi Xian did not know whether or not there were spies planted by Imo Shang Pavilion among them. Accompanied by Fian, Yi Xian returned to his residence. However, as soon as he returned, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been suppressing his injuries all this time. Fortunately, Yi Xian had upgraded to the divine bloodline of the eternal bloodline. His recovery abilities were much stronger than before. Yi Xian sat cross-legged. He could not care less about what had happened this month. He could only focus on recovering from his injuries. Fortunately, Ling Xian Pavilion and the other factions would help him hide it. Yi Xian's performance this time had undoubtedly shocked everyone. As expected, Imo Shang Pavilion's people did not dare to act rashly. They could only investigate the allied forces step by step. Within the allied forces, those who were watching finally made a choice. Yi Xian's growth space had already allowed them to understand what to choose. Even those who were against Yi Xian becoming the city lord had changed their minds. Life and death with a single word. They had never even heard of such a strange divine ability, let alone seen it before. As for Yi Xian's status as a restriction grandmaster, Yi Xian's leveling speed also made them see how huge Yi Xian's growth potential was. With such growth potential, how could anyone doubt him? This time, Yi Xian took a full 23 days to recover. Although he might not be able to fight, at the very least, he wouldn't have a problem walking. However, when Yi Xian went out, he found that the entire Overwave city was decorated with lanterns and banners, as if something big was about to happen. Girl, what's going on? Don't tell me you're celebrating your last victory? Yi Xian frowned. If that small victory could make the allied forces so happy for so long, then the allied forces were truly hopeless. No, master, it's because of something else. Everyone finally made a unanimous decision to elect the city lord. Oh, is that so? Yi Xian nodded. If that was the case, then it wasn't a big deal to decorate the place with lanterns and decorations. Why, master, aren't you curious about who it is? Fian looked at Yi Xian and asked doubtfully. It doesn't matter who it is. As long as the allied forces have a true leader, as long as they are no longer scattered, then it's much better. Master is magnanimous. However, this little girl still has to congratulate Master. Master has already received everyone's approval. The city lord they elected is Master. Is it me? Yi Xian was still incomparably calm and did not show the slightest bit of excitement. Because in Yi Xian's heart, this was just a starting point. He did not belong here. Yi Xian really did not put a mere Mo Baijing in his eyes. In the future, he would face many times stronger than Mo Baijing. In the vast god realm, what did a mere Mo Baijing count for? However, what would come would come. Under the support of the crowd, Yi Xian became the Chu Zhu of Overwave City. No matter what Yi Xian thought, at least Overwave City became the first power that Yi Xian truly possessed in the God realm. Even in Yi Xian's heart, it was still very weak. On this day, the entire Overwave City was decorated with lanterns and banners. Everyone had a faint smile on their face. As many as hundreds of powers would disappear forever, because they would all be renamed as the various families of Overwave City today. Chapter 22-24. As Yi Xian walked towards the Castellan Manor, all the people he met bowed to him. Now, there was probably no one who didn't recognize Yi Xian. Regardless of whether these people acknowledged Yi Xian from the bottom of their hearts, at least from today onwards, Yi Xian was their leader, their commander-in-chief. In the Castellan Manor, the representatives of the various powers were already waiting. When Yi Xian walked out, they spontaneously gathered in the Castellan Manor because they were very clear about what day it was today. Greetings to the Lord Castellan. When Yi Xian walked in, with Towering Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Bailu's Pavilion Master, and the Fifth Hall's disciple at the lead, everyone immediately bowed to Yi Xian. Rise. Yi Xian didn't act pretentiously because he knew that as long as this Castellan seat was empty, it would attract the attention of others. Sooner or later, it would be a disaster. Hence, he might as well sit down first and talk later. Whatever Castellan Ascension ceremony, you guys can do whatever you want. I don't care. But what I want to ask is, did you guys guard against Imo Shangji's sneak attack? Did you send people to set up a defense? No one expected that Yi Xian's first sentence would be this question. Bailu stood up and said to Yi Xian, Castellan, Imo Shanggu shouldn't be so daring. Today, our towering wave city is established and experts are gathered here. Could it be that they dare to attack us at this time? It's always better to be safe than sorry. If Imo Shanggu attacked us at this time, wouldn't it be the best time to attack? They have 5 true God realm experts. Not to mention all of them coming, even if 2 or 3 of them come, wouldn't they be able to kill all of our leaders? Yi Xian spoke out his thoughts. Only when he said this did everyone react. But wasn't that so? If Imo Shanggu were to execute a beheading operation now, wouldn't everyone be wiped out in one go? Lord Castellan, since Imo Shangji's side hasn't made any moves, I don't think they will send people over. If you think this way, then would Imo Shangji's people be waiting for you to think this way? Yi Xian frowned. In fact, if it were him, he would definitely not let go of such a good opportunity to kill him. Perhaps the reason why he hadn't acted yet was because he hadn't appeared yet. The City Lord Ascension ceremony will be put on hold for now. I'll go and make some preparations and set up some restrictions. Like I said before, it's better to be safe than sorry. Our Overwave City cannot afford to suffer such torment now. Yes, City Lord. With Yi Xian's explanation, how could the crowd not understand? Hence, the entire Overwave City quickly made preparations. The originally relaxed crowd also increased their vigilance. In fact, Yi Xian's guess was not wrong at all. At this moment, the surroundings of Overwave City were already filled with countless of Imo Shangji's spies, and an army was ready to move out at any time. The one leading the team this time was a true God Realm super powerhouse. Yi Xian arrived at the tallest building in Overwave City. It was a towering tower with 999 levels, named the Tower of Yi. This tower was the symbol of Overwave City, and at the same time, it symbolized Yi Xian's authority. It had only been built a few days ago, but in reality, this tower was only a symbol and did not have any actual functions. However, after today, everything would change. Countless gazes were focused on the tower. Everyone knew that Yi Xian was going to make some arrangements, but no one knew exactly what kind of arrangements Yi Xian was going to make. Yi Xian stood proudly at the top of the tower, looking down at the huge city below him. However, there was no joy or sadness in his heart. System, I want to use the secret region stone to set up the mystic realm right here. Yi Xian had obtained a secret region stone during the ancient Thousand Beast Pavilion trial. This stone allowed him to set up the mystic realm at any time, at any place. However, when setting up a mystic realm, it was better to be as prepared as possible. However, there was no time for Yi Xian to prepare now. Ding. Host is about to use the secret region stone to set up the mystic realm. Preparing. Ding. Setting up the random mystic realm. In the blink of an eye, the second floor appeared at the top of the tower. A powerful storm of pressure swept out with the tower as the center. This was the strong pressure storm that was created when setting up the mystic realm. Circle after circle, it was like ripples in water, reverberating throughout the entire 100 territories of Mo. Yes, the entire 100 territories of Mo. This was because this force was too strong. It could be said that in many places, it had already rushed out to other regions. This pressure came from the depths of his divine sense. It was a kind of pressure that revealed a simple and sharp pressure. Strong. Boundless. Regardless of whether you were a true God realm super powerhouse or an ordinary person, you could feel wave after wave of pressure. Of course, to the people of Overwave City, this was a good thing. It was a good thing that made them extremely excited. However, to the people of Mo Jianghu, it was not a good thing. All of a sudden, mysterious ancient runes began to appear. These mysterious runes belonged to the ancient era, and no one could recognize them now. However, the powerful power that was revealed from those runes was something that everyone recognized. Lines of runes covered the entire Overwave City, and following that, restrictions appeared one after another. Ding. System notification, setting up the first level of the mystic realm. According to the host's wishes, Overwave City will become the only entrance to the mystic realm, and will also become the protected area of the mystic realm. Following the system notification, lines of restrictions began to reconstruct Overwave City. Towers rose from the ground. These were the protective towers formed by the mystic realm's power. Yi Xian did not know what kind of mystic realm he had obtained this time, because this mystic realm was randomly generated. However, looking at those towers, Yi Xian knew that the mystic realm he had obtained would be a mystic realm with strong protective powers. Overwave City was located on the shores of Overwave Lake. There were no buildings on the lake, but when the mystic realm was activated, man-made towers appeared on the lake. These towers were arranged in circles, surrounding the entire Overwave City. With the tower that Yi Xian was in as the center, it was impossible to divide the 49 towers. These were all projections of the mystic realm, and they were the key to linking the mystic realm to Overwave City. Ding. Setting up the second level of the mystic realm's protective restrictions. In an instant, lines of restrictions appeared. These restrictions were thousands of times stronger than the ones that Yi Xian had set up. These were the restrictions that came with the mystic realm. It was also a sky restriction, but Yi Xian's restrictions were much stronger than Yi Xian's in terms of power and range. Chapter 22-25. In an instant, Overwave City disappeared. To be more precise, it was completely surrounded by those restrictive spells. Ding. The teleportation array at the third level of the secret zone is beginning to be set up. Ding. The interior space at the fourth level of the secret zone is beginning to be set up. Ding. The defense mechanism at the fifth level of the secret zone is beginning to be set up. Along with the system's notification, there were huge changes in the places that Yi Xian and the crowd could see, as well as the interior space of the secret zone that they could not see. Countless people prostrated themselves on the ground. They had once again witnessed the power of Yi Xian. What kind of ability was this? This was probably a power that they could not imagine. A woo. The earth-shattering sound was emitted by the ancient sword intent. The ancient sword intent that the allied forces could not do anything to was now letting out a cry of despair. Ding. System notification. A divine beast that can be used to protect the secret zone has been detected, the ancient sword intent. Would the host like to forcibly subdue it? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He did not expect that the ancient sword intent would be forcibly subdued because of the setting up of the secret zone. He did not know if this was good news or bad news for him. After all, the ancient sword intent was the key to upgrading the god-slaying sword. Now that it had become the divine beast guardian of the secret zone, did that not mean that Yi Xian would lose the ancient sword intent? However, Yi Xian thought about it and did not care so much. After all, the ancient sword intent was something that Yi Xian could not do anything to in a short period of time. Subdue it. Let it become the divine beast guardian of the secret zone. Ding. Host's order is confirmed. Forcibly subduing activated. Boom. A ray of light suddenly appeared on the demonized Murloc Island. The light completely enveloped the ancient sword intent. Anyone could see that the ancient sword intent was trying to struggle. However, there was no consumption. In less than an hour, the ancient sword intent submitted to the light. Ding. System notification. The ancient sword intent has been strengthened by the power of the secret zone. Its level continues to increase. Ding. The divine beast guardian of the secret zone, the ancient sword intent has been upgraded to the pinnacle of the upper true god realm. As long as it is within the boundary of the secret zone, the ancient sword intent will have the combat power of a pinnacle of the upper true god. Terrifying. Even Yi Xian felt incomparably terrified. He had actually directly advanced to peak high-grade true god realm. Didn't that mean that he was only a step away from becoming a chief god? A super existence capable of becoming a chief god had actually appeared in the tiny 100 realms of Mo. Unfortunately, this fellow was just a guardian beast of the secret realm. In other words, there was no room for improvement in the future. The entire Overwave city was bathed in the mysterious divine light of the secret realm. Many people were shocked to discover that they had actually leveled up. That's right. Under the light of the secret realm, their cultivation levels had increased collectively. Ding. The special effect of the secret realm has been activated. Within the range of the secret realm, those who sincerely submit to the host will be blessed with abilities. The more loyal they are, the more powerful the blessing will be. There was actually such a hidden setting? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. This was something he could really do. Speaking of which, this hidden setting was the real benefit for Yi Xian. Everyone in Overwave City discovered that the more loyal they were to Yi Xian, the faster they leveled up. Of course, the most surprising thing was that the one who leveled up the most was actually the 5th Palace Master, Yi Xian's Cheat Master. He had actually broken through to mid-grade 1 true god realm in one go. So, the one who truly cared about Yi Xian the most was actually him. Perhaps even Yi Xian himself had not thought of this. Perhaps in Yi Xian's heart, the one who had obtained the 100 realms of conviction, Pavilion Master Ling Xian, should be the one who was most loyal to him. But who would have thought that it was actually Yi Xian's master? Ding. System notification. Attention, host. The Secret Realm's treasure vault has been formed. The Secret Realm's treasure vault will automatically connect with the host's devouring space. From now on, 1/10 of anyone's gains in the Secret Realm will automatically be stored in the treasure vault and become the host's personal belongings. What a great benefit. This was definitely a great benefit. With such a setting, wouldn't it mean that Yi Xian had more than 10 million people providing him with resources? Yi Xian laughed heartily. That laughter was transmitted to the 100 realms of Mo in an instant. Be it friend or foe, everyone heard Yi Xian's laughter. From today onwards, Overwave City is officially established. Let's see what you can do to me, Pavilion Master Mo. These words were like rolling thunder, sweeping through the entire 100 realms of Mo. Wasn't it Yi Xian who said this? Who else could it be? Ding. Host has obtained the conviction. Ding. Host has obtained the conviction. Just as Yi Xian landed on the ground, system notifications kept popping up. In this instant, Yi Xian had actually obtained over 500 faith points. In other words, 500 people had declared their loyalty to Yi Xian from the depths of their hearts. Moreover, this was not the end, because from time to time, new conviction would appear. The rebuilding of conviction would most likely begin in Overwave City. Greetings to the governor. Countless people knelt on the ground. At this moment, regardless of whether they had a higher cultivation than Yi Xian or lower cultivation than Yi Xian, or whether they sincerely acknowledged Yi Xian's authority as the governor, no one dared to hesitate as they knelt on the ground. This was because Yi Xian had descended with the aura of the mystic realm. Rise. The ceremony will continue. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. Host has activated the sect system. Overwave City's mystic realm will automatically belong to the host sect. However, host does not meet the requirements to officially activate the sect. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. Host can now set up 5 Guardian Elders and 500 Guardian Guards in Overwave City. Even if the sect system had not been officially activated, the system could not stand the loneliness and wanted to interfere. This could be done too. Let's return to the governor's residence. I want to give out some rewards. Yi Xian said calmly. Of course, no one dared to disobey him at this moment. Everyone followed closely behind Yi Xian. At this moment, the governor's residence had changed greatly, and it seemed even more magnificent and magnificent. Of course, it was nothing in Yi Xian's heart. Yi Xian sat down, and the experts of the various powers stood obediently in front of Yi Xian. The former had said that there would be rewards. A kid at the domain enlightened spirit god realm wanted to reward an expert at the profound god realm or even the true god realm. This seemed extremely strange. However, no one doubted Yi Xian. From the moment the mystic realm was created, everyone knew not to use this realm to guess Yi Xian's foundation. I have already set up a mystic realm in Overwave City. As for what kind of mystic realm it is, you can explore it yourselves. Master, please come out. Yi Xian said respectfully to the 5th Hall Master. After all, the 5th Hall Master was the one who cared the most about Yi Xian. Chapter 22-26. Boom. A powerful ray of light shone on the 5th Hall Master. From this moment on, he would become the second most powerful person in the entire Overwave City and the secret realm. The first person was, of course, Yi Xian. Master, I'll leave the matter of the 500 guardian disciples to you. Yi Xian smiled as he looked at the 5th Hall Master. In reality, this was equivalent to handing over the entire Overwave City to him. Because Yi Xian would leave sooner or later, and now that the ancient sword intent had submitted, as long as Yi Xian swept through the Mo Pavilion, he would probably directly leave. Alright, I know what to do. Just a moment ago, the 5th Hall Master had received all the information regarding the secret realm. It could even be said that he knew more about the secret realm than Yi Xian. After that, Yi Xian rewarded the Pavilion Master of Ling Xian Pavilion, the Pavilion Master of Bailu, and 2 other experts as Guardian Elders. Although it was only 5 people, the upper echelons of Overwave City were officially established. While Yi Xian was busy, Mo Shanggu did not stop either. At this moment, a disciple's voice came from outside the door. Report. City Lord, the frontline has reported that Mo Shanggu has sent out a large army and is heading straight for Overwave City. Yi Xian nodded, looked at the crowd, and said, Alright, that's all for today. You can slowly explore the benefits of the secret realm in the future. Come with me to fight. Yes, City Lord. When Yi Xian led the crowd to the top of the city, they knew that Mo Shanggu was preparing for an all-out war this time. Mo Shangji's people could not wait any longer after the secret realm was born. The Annihilation Organization completely controlled Mo Shangji's first hall. Wasn't their goal to gradually devour the entire 100 territories? But now, there was a power that could contend with Mo Shanggu in the 100 territories. This was not something the Annihilation Organization wanted to see, so they came to destroy Overwave City in one fell swoop. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that Overwave City had just been established to catch Overwave City unprepared. However, was it wise to attack now? Looking at the valiant army that numbered in the tens of thousands, all the people in Overwave City were rubbing their hands in anticipation. One had to know that quite a number of people had already obtained benefits. Moreover, it was impossible for everyone to enter the secret realm. Now was the best time to kill the enemy and gain merit. Who didn't want to increase their cultivation? Who didn't want to become an expert? In that case, if they didn't contribute, how could they obtain more resources? Although Overwave City was just a city, and the rules had yet to be set, rewards for meritorious deeds would always exist. Furthermore, this battle might decide the distribution of power in Overwave City. Who didn't want to kill the enemy and gain merit? Most likely, Mo Shanggu would never have thought that the time they chose was actually the worst time. You're Yi Xian. An old man stood proudly in the air and asked Yi Xian calmly. Ding. System notification. Target is at upper rank 7 True God stage. Upper grade 7 True God. Yi Xian frowned. This guy probably wasn't from Mo Shanggu, because even the pavilion master of Mo Shanggu didn't have such a high cultivation level. It could be said that this guy had the ability to casually crush Yi Xian to death. In that case, if he wasn't from Mo Shanggu, he could only be from the Annihilation Organization. I am Yi Xian. Yi Xian replied as he observed carefully. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low. No matter how hard he observed, he couldn't detect any abnormalities. Good for you, Yi Xian. It's fine if you betray the sect, but you actually dare to lead a mob to go against the sect. Do you know your crime? That person's voice became louder. When he said those words, it was filled with unparalleled authority, as if he wanted to intimidate Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't someone who would admit defeat so easily. So what if he was at True God stage? Even if Yi Xian was like an ant in front of him, so what? Strength didn't represent courage. You say that I betrayed the sect? Are you saying that you, Mo Shanggu? Unfortunately, I have never seen Mo Shanggu as my sect. My sect is only the 5th hall. Yi Xian said calmly. His tone revealed his disdain for Mo Shanggu. Yes, disdain. In Yi Xian's heart, from the beginning, whether it was joining Mo Shangji's training camp or going to Mo Shanggu, the main reason was to investigate the mastermind behind Mo Shanggu. In that case, how could he say that he saw Mo Shanggu as his sect? How dare you? How dare you be so presumptuous when you betray your own sect? Yi Xian, this old man will give you a chance. Disband Overwave City immediately, and I can forgive you for your previous sins. Otherwise what? You want me to die again, right? If you want me, Yi Xian, dead, then come at me if you have the ability. Isn't it just annihilation? I want to see what kind of ability you have. Boom. Yi Xian's words caused some people to stiffen. Annihilation. It's actually the Annihilation Organization. That legendary extraordinary existence that had thrown the God dimension into chaos during the ancient times. That culprit that caused chaos in the God dimension? Could it be that it's about to rise from the ashes again? Didn't they say that the Annihilation Organization was annihilated a long time ago? Why have they appeared again? Of course, the most shocked were those members of Mo Shanggu. They were members of the Annihilation Organization, but it could be said that the Annihilation Organization had kept an extremely low profile since the ancient times, and it was even to the extent that others had forgotten about them for a time. But why? Why is a fellow at the domain enlightened spirit god realm actually aware of their existence? Who exactly is this Yi Xian? Why does he know about them and even know that Mo Shanggu is under their control? In fact, only 5 true god realm experts in the entire Mo Shanggu were aware of this secret, and the others were utterly unaware of it. However, Yi Xian was aware of it, and he was aware of this shocking secret. Yi Xian decided everything with a single sentence. Since Yi Xian was aware of such a secret, then it represented that there was utterly no room for negotiation. Alright, Yi Xian. Let me see how your motley crew will resist me. Today, I'll kill you first. Boom. That person attacked as soon as he spoke, and he directly attacked Yi Xian. Berserk energy erupted in an instant. It was the strength of a true God realm expert, and it was a strength that Yi Xian was absolutely incapable of defeating. However, Yi Xian just looked at him indifferently and didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Could it be that Yi Xian was scared silly? He's actually not dodging. Does he want to wait for death? No, of course not. How could Yi Xian possibly seek death? In fact, the system didn't even issue an alarm when that person attacked. Ancient sword intent. It was time for this fellow that had just been subdued by the secret realm to reveal its strength. Awu. A beast roar that shook the heavens resounded. Chapter 22-27. Not good. The person who attacked Yi Xian immediately retreated in fear. He knew that if he didn't leave, he would be crushed to death by the ancient sword intent. Hong. The entire earth was trembling, almost causing everyone to lose their footing. The ancient sword intent and its huge body appeared in everyone's eyes. You're all courting death. The ancient sword intent spoke. This fellow, after being transformed by the secret realm, actually developed intelligence and could speak. Although it was only a sentence of 4 words, these 4 words carried a boundless amount of pressure. Gaguxit caused the entire Mo Xianggu to panic. Peak upper grade true god realm. It was actually a peak upper grade true god realm. How could it be so strong? In a mere Mo Xianggu, a small world that was once looked down upon by the outside world, there were actually so many true god realm experts. Mo Xiangji's side was originally a hidden expert of the Annihilation Organization. This was understandable. However, a mere overwave city actually had a true god realm expert. Moreover, it was a peak upper grade true god realm super existence. This was incomprehensible. This was a super existence that was only a step away from becoming a master god. Master god was the general name of the 5 realms of God. The first realm was God Monarch, also known as Master God Monarch. Panic spread among the Mo Xiangji's disciples. After all, the Mo Xianggu alliance was formed by various factions. Similarly, there were also people with ulterior motives. So strong, we can't win, we can't win. Someone escaped. Under the eyes of the overwave city crowd, there was actually a small faction with a few hundred people escaping from the edge of the Mo Xianggu alliance. A bunch of gutless rats, with just this bit of guts, you dare to challenge my overwave city? Someone laughed loudly. It was a pity that they didn't consider that if there wasn't Yi Xian, the overwave city alliance would have been defeated long ago. Damn it, those who flee in the face of battle, kill without mercy. Suddenly, a voice exploded from the Mo Xianggu camp. Following which, thousands of people moved out, surrounding and killing those who were escaping. What are you all waiting for? Suddenly, another voice rang out. However, this time, it was directed at the overwave city side. Everyone was baffled, not knowing what that person meant. However, the crowd soon found out. Within overwave city, more than 3,000 people actually started to wreak havoc at the same time. Mo Xianggu had already sent out spies. A fellow at the high-ranked domain enlightened spirit god realm suddenly pounced at Yi Xian. Just by looking at those scarlet eyes, it was obvious that this guy wanted to perish together with Yi Xian. Damn it. Stop him. Protect the city master. Overwave city was in a state of panic. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would be surrounded by assassins arranged by Mo Xianggu? However, Yi Xian did not show the slightest hint of fear. On the contrary, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Yi Xian slowly raised his hand and softly spat out a word. Die. The 6 syllables were activated. In an instant, the person who was pouncing at Yi Xian a moment ago actually died instantly. With the support of the secret realm, Yi Xian was actually able to use the 6 syllables to kill an enemy who was at a higher level than him. The secret realm's protective restrictions have been activated. Kill all traitors without mercy. Yi Xian's voice sounded again. It was as calm as before, as if he didn't care about those 3,000 traitors at all. In fact, Yi Xian really didn't need to care about them. Rays of light suddenly condensed in the sky. It was sword light. Yes, it was sword light. The entire sky seemed to be covered by sword light. Tens of thousands of sword lights rained down on those traitors. This was Overwave City, where the secret realm was located. Do you think you can cause internal strife here with just 3,000 people? It was far from enough. All hail the city master. A deafening roar erupted from Overwave City. Do you see that? This is Overwave City. Don't you think you're dreaming if you want to cause internal strife in Overwave City? Wei Zhentian, go. In an instant, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and flew out. Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant. Yi Xian casually summoned the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant. The eternal bloodline was a mutation, so it didn't cover the original bloodline. Naturally, the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant still existed. God-grade mounts. Kill them. In an instant, 1,000 God-grade mounts appeared, following the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant and Wei Zhentian as they launched the first wave of attacks. Thousand Beasts Feast, kill. Yi Xian waved his hand and actually gave the order to attack. Kill. For Overwave City, kill. Long live the City Master. In an instant, countless people rushed out from the walls of Overwave City and launched an attack in the direction of Mo Xianxia's camp. Although there was also internal strife, Overwave City was directly suppressed by the Secret Realm's restrictions. Moreover, those who started the internal strife were spies in hiding. On the other hand, Mo Xianxia's side used force to kill. Thus, it was clear who was faster and who was slower. At this moment, Mo Xianxia's army hadn't even completely quelled the internal strife. The assault from Overwave City was overwhelming. In the sky and on the ground, countless people were shouting slogans as they charged towards Mo Xianxia's army. And what was charging at the very front was the ancient sword intent. Mo Xianxia's men shouldn't have started a battle with Overwave City's army near Overwave City. This place was supported by the Secret Realm, so they were simply courting death. The battle was about to erupt, and a bloody massacre was about to begin. So what if they were gods? With their divine spark shattered, they would still die. Mo Xianxia's army, which was originally still in the midst of internal strife, was already in a state of chaos upon contact. After a while, they were routed. Helpless, the 5 true god experts could only announce a retreat. They possessed formidable strength, but what could they do? Overwave City also had the existence of the ancient sword will. After leaving behind thousands of corpses, Mo Xianxia's men hurriedly retreated. Don't chase, come back. Yi Xian said indifferently. Because Yi Xian was very clear that within Overwave City, with the support of the restrictions, the people of Overwave City could still gain some advantages. But if they were to chase out of the area, this great victory would turn into a crushing defeat. Even though Overwave City seemed to have the upper hand, in terms of true strength, they were still far from Mo Xianxia's. Perhaps they had enough strength to defend, but it wasn't so simple to attack. After the battle ended, Overwave City continued to be immersed in joy. How could they defeat Mo Xianxia? Yi Xian couldn't help but consider this question. After the failure of the first attack, Mo Xianxia's men seemed to have learned their lesson, and wouldn't enter the area covered by Overwave City's secret realm. Yi Xian also tried to send men to launch a sneak attack. However, both operations ended in failure. After all, if they were to leave the area covered by Overwave City's secret realm, then the difference in strength between the people of Overwave City would be too great. Yi Xian sat alone in the City Lord Manor, his mind constantly thinking. Chapter 22-28. After obtaining Luo Luo's whereabouts, Yi Xian only wanted to quickly resolve the matter here and then go out to train so that he could find Luo Luo as soon as possible. Gogox, it seems that this is the only way. Yi Xian thought for a long time, but could only think of one feasible way to wear them down. That was, the Daredevil operation. Whether it was the divine rank mount or the 100 flower gods summoned by the flower god sword servants, they all had the ability to revive indefinitely. As long as the cooldown was over, they could be summoned again. Yi Xian's Daredevil operation was specially designed with this in mind. Yi Xian was prepared to use the divine rank mount and the 100 flower god to wear down Mo Xianxia's strength. Of course, it was unavoidable that it would be accompanied by restrictions. System, begin a large number of powerful offensive restrictions. Ding. System notification, host, please take note. A large number of restrictions require a large amount of resources. Host currently does not have enough resources and cannot use them. Did he not have enough resources? Yi Xian frowned. Indeed, he had long since run out of resources. Then, let's open the mystic realm. Girl, go find my master. Yes, master. Fian had always been by Yi Xian's side. Upon receiving Yi Xian's order, she quickly went to find the fifth palace master. Yi Xian did not waste any time. After a discussion with the fifth palace master, he opened the mystic realm trial. Of course, Yi Xian himself was not very interested in this mystic realm. What he was interested in was that after these people entered the mystic realm, they would give him a tenth of the resources. While Mo Shangji's men were besieging Overwave City, the mystic realm had opened inside the city. One by one, disciples entered the mystic realm from the high tower, which had been renamed the Mystic Realm Tower, and continuously improved their strength. As for these disciples, they also brought a large amount of resources to Yi Xian. However, it was a pity that most of these resources were not special. Of course, Yi Xian did not need any special resources. One by one, restrictions were quickly set up. Yi Xian would not use them immediately, but would store them up. If Yi Xian was preparing, then how could Mo Shanggu not be preparing as well? What Yi Xian didn't know was that Mo Shanggu was also hastening their plans to summon the ancient demon god. Using 990,000 totem beasts as a sacrifice to awaken this powerful Yao god was Mo Shangji's greatest goal and also the value of his existence. They had never given up. However, because of the appearance of Overwave City, Mo Shanggu also gave up on his previous low-key collection, and changed to wantonly plundering. Those sorrowful forces who thought that they could avoid being involved in the war by remaining neutral could be considered to be in big trouble. As long as one possessed a devouring beast, they would be plundered by Mo Shanggu. It was one thing to rob the devouring beasts, but Mo Shanggu was even better at killing people. Cities were destroyed one by one because they had something that Mo Shanggu wanted. Of course, Mo Shangji's brutality had undoubtedly caused those neutral powers to choose to join Overwave City. To Overwave City, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Outside of Overwave City, dozens of new cities had already been built. However, Overwave City simply couldn't accommodate so many newcomers. Yi Xian didn't care about this, and he didn't have the energy to do so either. If Yi Xian had to do everything himself, Yi Xian wouldn't have the energy to do so. There were constantly people from Overwave City entering the mystic realm to search for treasures and to train. To them, it was a huge benefit, but to Yi Xian, it was also a huge benefit. In fact, the existence of secret realms was a consumable item. This was because the growth of the resources inside required time. Fortunately, Yi Xian's secret realm had just been established, so the resources inside could be considered to be relatively abundant. Besides, even if one entered the mystic realm and didn't ask for resources, just the tenfold cultivation speed was enough to make people go crazy. Yi Xian couldn't possibly restrict it now, because he needed a huge amount of resources, and because he needed to refine a large number of seals. Perhaps in the future, there would be restrictions on entering the mystic realm, but at least not now. At this time, countless resources were being refined into seals by Yi Xian. And these seals, every time the cooldown of the divine grade mount and the 100 flower god was up, they would immediately be equipped on them, and they would rush out. Outside Overwave City, there was a strange scene. Every day, a group of divine beasts would rush out of Overwave City. Most of these divine beasts weren't of a high cultivation level, but they were equipped with small seals. These divine beasts would madly rush into Mo Shangji's camp, and kill to their heart's content. When they were suppressed, they would choose to self-destruct. And this kind of madness brought about a large number of casualties to Mo Shangji's ordinary disciples, so much so that many ordinary disciples would calculate the time. Before those divine beasts appeared, they would be very careful, and wouldn't even dare to rest for a moment. But when the divine beasts went crazy, they would start moving again. This scene played out every single day. In the beginning, Mo Shanggu would still launch a vengeful attack on Overwave City, but unfortunately, guarding him in the mystic realm was a futile effort. So, they could only wait for their reinforcements. After the first battle ended, Mo Xianxia already dispatched 2 true God Realm powerhouses to escort that mysterious magic treasure. While Overwave City was preparing, Mo Xianxia was also preparing. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. 3 years of confrontation was nothing in the realm of the gods. It could be said that it was an insignificant amount of time. However, on this day, Mo Xianxia had finally finished his preparations. Reviving the ancient demon god was naturally not an easy matter, but that secret treasure had arrived. This was a treasure that was extremely large, and it couldn't even be transported using a Qian Kuan ring. Just this point alone was enough to show how special it was. Not good, it's the ancient sky-shattering hammer. Mo Xianxia, how could there be such a treasure? This is a treasure that is only used in the Master God battle. Where did they get it? The moment they saw that treasure, all the experts in Overwave City were terrified. Looking at that treasure, Pavilion Master Ling Xian let out a wail. Ancient sky-shattering hammer? What was that? When Yi Xian heard Pavilion Master Ling Xian's words, he was also surprised. System, detect that thing. I want to see what it is. Ding. System detecting, collecting data. Ding. System notification, target set, small ancient sky-shattering hammer. This is a special strategic treasure invented by the ancient Almighty. This treasure requires a true God expert to lead 100 profound God experts to control. It can combine the powers of the true God and the 100 profound God experts to attack at once. Ding. System notification, please take note. This treasure can break through the double protection of the mystic realm and the mystic realm. What? Chapter 22-29. This thing was actually capable of destroying the dual protection of the invincible restriction and the secret realm. In other words, it was simply a treasure for sieging a city. Wuxia Xianxia gritted his teeth as he looked at the disciple who was busy with the ancient heaven-shattering hammer. He loudly roared, Pavilion Master Ling Xian, immediately choose 1,000 men to die and destroy the ancient heaven-shattering hammer for me. It could be said that this was a mission of no return. 1,000 men had to charge into Mo Xianxia's camp, break through Mo Xianxia's line of defense, and then destroy the ancient hammer. This was simply an impossible mission. However, everyone knew that if they didn't do this, then the entire Overwave City would suffer calamity. Listen well. I'll definitely reward those who are able to return alive from this mission. At the same time, I'll revive all of you once. So, all of you can do as you please. After the death squad was assembled, Yi Xian spoke to all of them. It could be said that even amongst these death squads, many of them held despair in their hearts. However, Yi Xian had given them new courage and a goal to strive towards. The city lord might possess the ability to revive them. In other words, they might not necessarily die. Moreover, once they returned, then the city lord would definitely reward them handsomely. All of them were excited when they heard Yi Xian, and they had a new opinion of this death mission. This was an opportunity. Once they performed meritorious service, then Yi Xian would absolutely not treat them unfairly. It could be said that the death squad formed this time was the elites of Overwave City. There were over 300 domain enlightened spirit gods, 17 profound gods, and the rest were all high-level heavenly gods. This was the strongest group that Yi Xian could produce. Of course, it didn't mean that this group was the strongest in Overwave City. However, they had to stay behind to defend the city. So, this group could be considered to be the strongest elite that Overwave City could gather. Yi Xian stood on the city walls while the death squad members behind him were prepared to charge. Of course, how could Mo Xianxia's side not be on guard? In fact, they'd set up 3 lines of defense, and there were even 3 true God Realm experts personally holding down the fort. Kill them. 1,000 Beast Sword Servants. God of Flowers Sword Servants. Charge. With a loud boom, Yi Xian's army of divine rank mount set off once more. As for Mo Xianxia's side, when they saw these divine beasts, they decisively retreated from the front line. Because they knew that these divine beasts were simply here to die. If they wanted to fight, these divine beasts would directly self-destruct and bring them down with them. Damn it. Overwave City is actually playing this trick again. Attack from afar, don't engage in close combat. Yi Xian's long-time harassment tactics had an unexpected effect at this time. Mo Xianxia had actually chosen to give up on the first line of defense. Suicide Squad. Charge. The doors opened again. Under the leadership of Pavilion Master Ling Xian, 1,000 suicide squads charged out fearlessly. Not good, damn it, they have reinforcements this time. Quick, return to the defensive line. Unfortunately, it was too late to return to the defensive line now. Activate the restriction. With a loud boom, all kinds of dazzling restrictive spells were launched instantly in the sky. Fire dragons danced in the sky, chi swords crisscrossed. In an instant, they covered Mo Xianxia's entire defensive line. A few Mo Xianxia disciples who had obeyed orders to advance were unquestionably killed. And those who had luckily escaped did not have it easy either, because the divine beast army had already arrived. The first line of defense collapsed, the second line of defense collapsed. However, this was all the divine beast army could do. No matter what, they could not break through the third line of defense. But at this time, the Suicide Squad had already arrived, and similarly used restrictive spells to open a path. With Yi Xian around, as long as there were enough resources, the restrictive spells were basically limitless. Of course, even such small-scale restrictive spells could not be deployed on a large scale. In fact, the small-scale restrictive spells that the Suicide Squad had brought with them were Yi Xian's most sophisticated and powerful restrictive spells. The third line of defense, broken. It was broken through without any suspense. Under the earth-shattering attacks, no one was willing to rush to their deaths, so it was destined that they would not be able to hold on. Damn it, stop them for me and protect the ancient sky-shattering hammer. Mo Xianxia's 5 true god powerhouses had already moved out. Unfortunately, the Suicide Squad knew that Yi Xian would revive them, so their attacks were abnormally crazy. In fact, many people directly chose to self-destruct in order to open a path for the enemy behind them. Who could withstand self-destruction as a means of attack? Even those true god powerhouses did not dare to face it head-on. Charge, all of you, charge in with me. Ling Xian Pavilion Master rushed to the front, constantly shouting. Beside him, Ling Xian Pavilion's disciples fell one by one. However, he did not even look at Yi Wushuang. In his eyes, there was only that ancient sky-shattering hammer. Closer, closer, even closer. Self-destruction attack. Ling Xian Pavilion Master roared and directly led the group toward the ancient sky-shattering hammer. As long as there was a breath left, as long as they could still charge forward, the Suicide Squad would not stop in their tracks. Boom! When the first self-destruction sounded, as if it had been agreed upon, self-destruction occurred continuously. That huge ancient sky-shattering hammer was a powerful treasure that Mo Xianxia had obtained from God knows where. It did not even have time to launch a single attack before it was destroyed by the crazy Suicide Squad. It's time. Yi Xian looked at the battlefield in front of him. The moment the ancient sky-shattering hammer was destroyed, he also launched his own attack. System, gather all the resources. I want to revive those people. 6-syllable mantra, life. Following Yi Xian's voice, a mysterious power suddenly erupted. One by one, the Suicide Squad members who had clearly been killed or self-destructed miraculously came back to life. After these people came back to life, they did not even look at Yi Xian as they frantically fled toward Overwave City. At this moment, the ancient sword intent and the 5th Hall Master had already brought people to the edge of the secret realm to wait for them. After destroying the ancient sky-shattering hammer, how could Mo Xianxia let the Suicide Squad escape so easily? At this moment, without the self-destruction attack, the 5 true god experts were simply like wolves in a flock of sheep as they wantonly slaughtered the Suicide Squad of Overwave City. However, even if they killed all these people, it was impossible to repair the sky-shattering hammer. Flee! Flee for their lives. No one would even look back. The mission was completed. As long as they could escape, it was a victory. Unfortunately, even so, less than 200 of the 1,000 Suicide Squad members managed to escape. The heavenly gods were completely annihilated, and more than half of the spiritual gods were killed. Even the profound god experts, who had gone out with 17 people, only returned with 11 people. Fortunately, Ling Xian Pavilion Master did not die. This was an extremely miserable victory, but it was also a fatal blow to Mo Shanggu. Chapter 22:30. Yi Xian looked at the people who came back alive. He promised these people that he would reward them, so he would not go back on his word. Gogox, but now, Yi Xian was completely helpless. Resources were still resources. Yi Xian's resources had long been used up when reviving these people. I promised you that I would reward you, so I will do as I say. Rest well. In a month, I will fulfill my promise. A month was enough for Yi Xian to accumulate some resources, but it was far from enough. It could be said that Yi Xian's best reward was to directly bestow realms or treasures to these people with eternal bestowments. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have any eternal points now. Therefore, Yi Xian could only use resources to exchange for some treasures from the system. Although Yi Xian was the city lord of Overwave City, in reality, Overwave City was also very poor. Therefore, resources were always insufficient. Everything was resources. Yi Xian was too lacking in resources. It could be said that during this period, Yi Xian's brows were tightly knitted. He did not even increase his realm at all because all the resources were used by Yi Xian in other places, leaving him with no resources to devour. Although he had previously planted heaven and earth treasures in the devouring space, the heaven and earth treasures of the god realm did not need time to grow. They needed a specific environment. The devouring space's 50,000 years was almost useless. Moreover, after reaching the god realm, it was very difficult to break through purely through cultivation. It required the cooperation of heaven and earth treasures. Therefore, resources were very important. Young Master, Pavilion Master Ling Xian requests an audience. On this day, Yi Xian was still worrying about resources, but he did not expect Fian to shout at him from outside. Let him in. Pavilion Master Ling Xian could be said to have paid a huge price in the previous suicide mission. Among the 1,000 people, there were nearly 600 people from Ling Xian Pavilion. However, less than 30 people had returned. You're looking for me? Yi Xian looked at Pavilion Master Ling Xian and asked calmly. Yes, Lord Celestial Emperor. This lowly one is here to give you something that belongs to you. What belongs to me? What is it? Yi Xian looked at Pavilion Master Ling Xian in confusion. He didn't know what Pavilion Master Ling Xian was going to give him. Lord Divine Emperor, this is the item. This item is the treasure map of the Divine Emperor's secret treasure vault that the 5 divisions of the ancient era Yi clan are in charge of. My fire division has one piece of it. Alright, I'll take it. The primordial god Emperor's secret treasure vault? Perhaps it was something good. Unfortunately, Yi Xian just casually accepted it. Because this thing couldn't help Yi Xian in the slightest. Yi Xian paused for a moment, only to discover that Pavilion Master Ling Xian still hadn't left. Puzzled, he asked him, is there something else? Yes, Lord Divine Lord, I know from Lord Fian that you are worried about resources. Perhaps, I can help you. You mean resources? Yes, Lord Divine Lord. My fire division is an ancient era Yi clan after all. Naturally, we have accumulated a lot of resources. How much? What are they? What I need are natural treasures. Ordinary items are of no use to me. Yi Xian looked at Pavilion Master Ling Xian and asked. Lord, you can take a look for yourself. I think that these items might be of help to you. Pavilion Master Ling Xian handed a rather peculiar interspatial ring to Yi Xian. This was the accumulation of the fire division. It could be said that it contained almost all of the fire division's assets. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring, scanned it with his divine consciousness, and immediately fell into ecstasy. It was indeed a good item. Not only did it contain some special resources, but it also contained a vast amount of ordinary resources. With so many things, it could be said that to Yi Xian, it was undoubtedly sending charcoal in the snow. At least for a short period of time, Yi Xian finally didn't have to worry about resources. With resources, Yi Xian could finally splurge. He had promised those surviving members that he would reward them. And now, it was time. System, I want to use resources to exchange for Dharma treasures. When he first entered the realm of the gods, the system had already activated a function similar to a store. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had always been poor. And now, Yi Xian was using the store to exchange for items for others. Did this count as disbelief? These people had risked their lives to complete Yi Xian's mission, so Yi Xian definitely wouldn't treat them badly. Only then would people be willing to die for Yi Xian no matter what he asked them to do in the future. Therefore, this time, Yi Xian directly prepared an offensive Dharma treasure and a defensive Dharma treasure for each of them. In addition, he also prepared an elixir that could increase one's cultivation level. As Yi Xian expected, when his rewards were distributed, it immediately caused a sensation in the entire Overwave city. No one cared about why Yi Xian could take out so many good things. What they cared about was what Yi Xian took out. In the eyes of the entire Overwave city's people, Yi Xian was already omnipotent. They wouldn't judge Yi Xian's strength based on Yi Xian's cultivation level. Of course, since Yi Xian gave the items to the death squad, he wouldn't treat himself badly. This time, I'm going to break through to the mystic god realm in one go. Yi Xian had enough resources now, so naturally, he was also very confident. However, he still underestimated the consumption of resources. That's right, Yi Xian had leveled up. He directly swallowed countless resources in one go. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian had already advanced to the mystic god realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level 1 mystic god realm. Ding! System notification, this level up consumed 1/3 of host's resources. In addition to the consumption of treasures from the system and the resources sent by the fire division, Yi Xian had used up 2/3 of his resources in one day. If Yi Xian hadn't deliberately controlled himself and left enough reserves for the upcoming battle, he might have already used up all of them. Ding! System notification, host, please take note. Host has broken through to the mystic god realm. In the future, the consumption of resources required for leveling up will be doubled. Ding! System notification, host, please take note. Host has broken through to the mystic god realm. The ancient god emperor's inheritance has been unlocked again. The ancient god emperor's inheritance has been unlocked again? This time, Yi Xian had at least reached the mystic god realm. Who knew if the ancient god emperor's inheritance would leave anything useful for Yi Xian? System, check if there's anything useful in the unlocked ancient god emperor's inheritance this time. Ding! Searching for information. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining a special item, Ancient Species Encyclopedia. The system has automatically completed synchronization. Ding! System notification. From now on, the system will be able to provide host with information on most of the divine beasts, races, and other aspects of the divine realm. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining a special item, Ancient God Emperor's 72 Master Gods Realm Map Encyclopedia. Ding! System notification. From now on, the system will be able to provide host with comprehensive map guidance in the Ancient God Emperor's 72 Master Gods Realm Map Encyclopedia. The Ancient God Emperor's encyclopedia and map were considered good things, but what use were they now? Chapter 2231. The issue of resources was undoubtedly a huge problem for Yi Xian. In fact, Yi Xian could indeed grow godly herbs in his devouring space. However, the resources that Yi Xian needed were not only limited to godly herbs, but also many other resources. Godly herbs were not like immortal herbs and spirit herbs. Many godly herbs not only required a special environment, but also a special amount of divine power. Therefore, Yi Xian could only grow a small portion of them in his devouring space. As for the rest, he could not grow them in his devouring space. As for other resources, such as magic treasures, they could not be grown in his devouring space. Perhaps Yi Xian could modify his devouring space in the future to make it more suitable for growing. However, he could not do so now. Besides the issue of resources, there was also the issue of Mo Shanggu. In fact, Yi Xian could just wash his hands of it and let Mo Shanggu take over the small Mo Shanggu and allow annihilation to control it. For Yi Xian, it would not affect him much. He could continue to search for Luo Luo and complete his mission. However, Yi Xian could not do so. Since he had come to the realm of the gods, he had to descend here. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens. Yi Xian would not leave him alone. Now that he had the resources, there were many things that Yi Xian could do. It was time to solve the problem of Mo Shanggu. Yi Xian could not deal with the 5 true gods at the moment. However, if he could deal with those ants, it would be a good thing for Yi Xian. System, I need to create a more powerful offensive seal. Do you have any good suggestions? Ding. System notification. According to the host's request, the system has given 3 options. Please decide for yourself. Ding. Option 1. The host can create a special summoning seal, the Gate of Demonic Fate. Once this seal is activated, it will open a portal to a mysterious place and summon the demon god to assist in battle. Ding. System notification. This seal can summon the powerful demon god, but it is not easy to control. Ding. The second option is that the host can refine the order destruction restriction. This restriction possesses extremely powerful single-target offensive abilities. It can practically insta-kill any target below the level of Overgod. Ding. System notification. The order destruction seal can only be used 3 times. And it requires a lot of resources. Ding. Choice 3. Host can refine the Divine Sword Valley restriction. This restriction can summon countless Divine Sword Phantoms from the Divine Sword Valley to attack the enemy. According to host's resources, it can continue to fight. Ding. System notification. Once the restriction of the Valley of Divine Swords is activated, the host needs to use divine power or resources to maintain it. Yi Xian looked at the 3 choices and frowned slightly. It could be said that none of the 3 choices were what Yi Xian wanted the most. System, is there no other choice? Ding. System notification. The host's current level is not high enough to craft a more powerful restriction. As for the restriction that is not powerful enough, it is not recommended that the host use it. So that's how it is. It seems that my cultivation level is now the main reason why I can't refine restrictions. 3 choices? Alright, then I'll choose one out of the 3. Yi Xian eliminated the first option to summon the demon race gods because Yi Xian wasn't confident that he could summon them and send them away. As for the most powerful restriction, the order destruction seal, Yi Xian couldn't use it either. After all, it could only be used 3 times. Even if Yi Xian successfully killed Mo Shangji's 3 true god experts, it wouldn't affect the overall situation much. Thus, Yi Xian only had one choice, the Divine Sword Valley. System, begin refining the Divine Sword Valley restriction. Ding. System notification. This refinement will take 7 days and will require half of the host's resources. Will the host confirm? Confirm. Half of the resources? As long as he could eliminate Mo Shanggu, Yi Xian didn't care. Even if Yi Xian was lacking in resources, in reality, if he didn't use them, how could he have them? Yi Xian wasn't a miser. He wanted resources, but it didn't mean that he would be a miser. 7 days. Then Yi Xian would wait for 7 days. At this moment, behind Mo Shanggu, they had started plundering the totem beasts again. Now, they had placed all their hopes on summoning the ancient demon god. Thus, their speed was much faster. In reality, Mo Shanggu had already gathered as many as 900,000 totem beasts. In other words, they were only 90,000 totem beasts away from their plan. At this moment, there were as many as 80,000 totem beasts being transported over from other places. It could be said that both sides were nervously preparing. While Yi Xian was refining the restrictions, he also gave the order to prepare for war. The entire Overwave city had been mobilized. No matter what cultivation level they were at, they were all nervously preparing. Everyone knew that this was going to be an unprecedented battle, a battle that would decide the fate of Overwave city. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Yi Xian looked at the super restriction that was formed from 660 formation flags that he'd refined, Yi Xian's heart became much calmer. The final battle. Now, it was about to begin. Yi Xian stood on the roof of the city lord's mansion, looking at the tens of thousands of soldiers gathered below him. His face was expressionless. These tens of thousands of people were the elite forces of Overwave City. These tens of thousands of people were all heavenly gods and above. As for the true gods, they wouldn't be able to do anything in this battle. Everyone, I don't want to say anything unnecessary. I'm sure everyone knows why we are fighting. If you don't want to become Mo Shangji's puppet, then pick up your weapons and fight to the death. The enemy is very strong, there is no doubt about that. Mo Shanggu has a lot of resources. They have 5 true gods and their average cultivation level is higher than ours. But so what? We, Overwave City, will never surrender. You should know what Mo Shanggu has done to Mo Shangji's territory. Mo Shangji's territory is our territory, it's our home. Let's fight together, let's fight to the death. Yi Xian raised his hand high up into the air, clenched his fist, and loudly roared, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" Tens of thousands of people, not hundreds of thousands of people, were shouting loudly. All the people who were above the true god realm had come. This time, Overwave City had brought out its full strength for this battle. True gods might not be able to play a big role in the frontal battle, but they would still act as reserves and flanks. Further away, countless mortals were watching. Their fates were in the hands of the soldiers. They didn't even have the right to participate in the battle because they were too weak. Let's go. Chapter 2232. How could Mo Shanggu not see the actions of Overwave City? Gogux at this moment, Mo Shangji's pavilion lord looked at the army of Overwave City with disdain and said indifferently, "These ants are courting death. If they hide in the city, they might be able to live for a few more days. But since they want to die, then let's grant them their wish." Just a motley crew. What can they do other than outnumbering us? If they want to fight us, they're just courting death. This time, we'll kill them all. The one who spoke was also a true immortal realm expert. He wore a mysterious mask on his face, making it hard for others to see his face clearly. Almost everyone called him Masked Venerable. Because no one knew his name, and no one knew his face. Masked, don't underestimate them. They still have some tricks up their sleeves. The resurrection divine ability they displayed last time was definitely not ordinary. This person was called Huan Tian, and he specialized in the illusion divine ability. Huan Tian, you don't have to belittle yourself. The organization sent us here because they trust us. But we didn't expect that after hundreds of thousands of years, when the ancient demonic god was about to be resurrected, someone would jump out to court death. This person was the strongest among the 5. No one knew his name, and everyone was used to calling him boss. "Boss, give the order. Let me rush up and kill those bastards. The smell of blood, I like the smell of blood. The stronger the blood, the more excited I am. That true immortal realm divine beast and that true immortal realm expert, I want to rip off their heads and drink their blood." Massacre War God, that was his title. However, the people of Mo Shanggu preferred to call him Massacre War God. "Massacre, your mission is to watch that Yi Xian closely. That kid is not simple. His cultivation realm is obviously low, but he can manage Overwave City so well. We can't ignore him. Alright, Mo Shanggu, go and gather your disciples. Since the people of Overwave City want to die, then we don't need to be polite." Boss had spoken. There was no need for any pre-battle mobilization because Mo Xianxia didn't need it. The disciples of Mo Xianxia began to gather. Both sides looked at each other from afar. It could be said that at such a distance, even a true god could easily attack. However, no one made the first move. The boss stood up and looked at the people from Overwave City. Then, he said calmly, "Ants, you still have a choice. Submit or die." Contempt, this was the contempt of Ci Guogua. Perhaps in his eyes, the people of Overwave City were not even worth mentioning. Yi Xian also stood out. Since this true God realm expert took the initiative to speak, then Yi Xian believed that he wouldn't launch a sneak attack. "Humph, you want us to submit? In that case, bring it on. Yo, brat, you must be that genius Yi Xian, right? I didn't see it, you're already a first-grade lower profound god, your leveling speed is really fast, as expected of a monstrous genius. However, a mere first-grade profound god, what qualifications do you have to speak to me?" Boom! All of a sudden, a strong force was felt. Like an invisible wave, it rushed towards Yi Xian. Ding, warning, warning, the host is under attack, the system automatically defends. Ding, crisis resolved. With just one sentence, not only did the system automatically defend, it even killed more than 10 guards beside Yi Xian. So strong. This person is so strong. The true God realm was indeed not something a profound God realm expert could challenge. Yi Xian looked at that person. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't suffer any injuries, but he was in a sorry state. "Brat, since you're looking for death, I'll grant you your wish. Kill for me." The people of Mo Xianxia actually took the initiative to attack. Well, in their eyes, the people of Overwave City were just a bunch of motley crew. A black mass of people rushed towards Overwave City. These people were mainly close combat experts who mainly cultivated the body-tempering divine ability. Behind them, countless people had already activated their divine ability. All kinds of mysterious attacks were madly launched. "Kill!" Yi Xian also shouted. In an instant, the body-tempering deities of Overwave City also rushed out, and behind them, a light screen appeared. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, energy crisscrossed, and there were cracks in the void constantly being torn apart and then quickly repaired. On the ground, the earth had been destroyed in an instant. The dozens of mountains around the battlefield had been razed to the ground when the first wave of attacks began. In the sky, fireballs, lightning, snowstorms, and all kinds of strange Dharma forms, divine beasts, and ghost mansion demon soldiers were constantly attacking. One by one, experts were shouting and fighting, and one by one, powerful figures fell in madness. The battle had directly entered a white-hot state from the beginning. "Fian, activate the restriction." "Yes, young master." Yi Xian knew that this was a battle to the death, so he was fully prepared. He wouldn't use his resources at the beginning. Under the leadership of Fian, more than 1,000 divine realm disciples and as many as 30,000 true god disciples gathered together and directly activated the restriction of the divine sword valley. Yi Xian was the core of the entire restriction, and also the controller. "I'll let you have a taste of the power of the sword shadow." Yi Xian waved casually, and in the next moment, countless sword shadows condensed in the sky. These were the illusory projections of the divine swords in the divine sword valley. In an instant, they covered the entire sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sword rain rushed out, crossing the people who were fighting in the central area, and fell directly behind Mo Xianxia. Defend. One by one, the disciples of Mo Xianxia took out their defensive treasures. However, could they really defend against it? Boom! A divine sword fell to the ground, and a few disciples of Mo Xianxia were directly blown away. Although the treasures on their bodies were still protecting their bodies, the countless rays of sword light that followed directly broke through their defenses and tore their bodies apart. Boom! A sword light directly hit a disciple of Mo Xianxia. In an instant, that disciple was directly blown into meat paste and couldn't be more dead. Swords fell like rain. Yi Xian wanted this effect. What he wanted was a wave of suppression. From the beginning, Yi Xian never thought of activating this restriction a second time. One wave, only one wave to kill to their heart's content. Violent power erupted. Mo Xianggu paid a heavy price for their underestimation of the enemy. Hundreds of disciples died or were injured every second. In fact, once injured, it was equivalent to certain death. Because after being injured, it was even more impossible for them to defend. Under Yi Xian's control, the sword rain continuously fell on the crowd, reaping lives. Wherever there were more people, Yi Xian would attack there. Damn brat, you actually have such a method. Do you think that only you have a large-scale attack method? Myriad Mountain Seal, destroy for me. Chapter 22:33. A strange magic treasure appeared in the masked man's hand. The magic treasure seemed like a fake mountain, but when the masked man threw it out, it instantly transformed into a mountain range. Moreover, countless figures appeared on the mountain range. Gogox, those people launched continuous attacks, and the entire mountain range directly descended towards the people of Overwave City. Boom! Countless people were crushed to death by the mountain range, and countless people were killed by the figures on the mountain range. So what if they were gods? Even powerful gods were so weak in the face of war. Destroy. All of you, die. Another true God realm super powerhouse made a move. Shockingly, it was that boss. Violent energy erupted from his body, and an invisible screen of light suddenly appeared. That screen of light was like a pot lid that directly covered a portion of Mo Xianxia's disciples and a large number of Overwave City's disciples. Explode. Boom. In an instant, that powerful and mysterious ability actually self-destructed, and all the energy of the explosion squeezed towards the center. A huge mass of flesh was formed, and that mass of flesh was condensed from the corpses of countless Overwave City's disciples and a portion of Mo Xianxia's disciples. Damn it. At the same time that Yi Xian was shocked, he also felt his heart bleed. These two waves of attacks had directly wiped out a corner of Overwave City's camp, and there were probably no less than 1,000 people that had been directly annihilated. Is this the strength of a true god? Are ordinary heavenly gods and domain-enlightened spirit gods really like ants before them? Die for me. Yi Xian suddenly activated the restrictions of the Divine Sword Valley, and a terrifying and huge divine sword appeared in the sky. This divine sword was probably 10,000 meters long and 1,000 meters wide, and it emitted a terrifying aura. It was even to the extent that as soon as it appeared, cracks in the void around it constantly trembled. All of you, die. Yi Xian waved his hand, and that terrifying divine sword directly descended. Rumble. The ground shattered, and within a radius of a few 100,000 meters, as long as one didn't dodge, not a single one was left alive. It was even to the extent that one couldn't find a corpse. Wei Zhentian, move out. Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and directly rushed out. However, he wasn't there to fight. With Wei Zhentian's strength, he wouldn't be of much use even if he joined the battle. He was there to collect the interspatial rings. Yi Xian needed resources, and those scattered interspatial rings were the targets of Yi Xian's collection. In fact, Yi Xian had planned to do this from the very beginning. Those interspatial rings might have been sealed with restrictions, but they were useless against Yi Xian and the system. It would be hard for anyone to notice a divine sword shuttling through the battlefield. After all, the entire battlefield was filled with weapons and magic treasures. Who would pay attention to the movements of a divine sword? One by one, Wei Zhentian took the interspatial rings and delivered them to Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not care about what was inside. He would turn it all into the power of the Divine Sword Valley's restriction and activate it to attack. Boom. 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 Every time Yi Xian attacked, there would be a large number of casualties. Human lives were so fragile on the battlefield, even if they were gods. Damn it, that brat must die. Massacre, go, kill him for me. Alright, we'll definitely complete the mission. Yi Xian finally attracted the attention of the enemy. At this time, the massacre god of war directly rushed towards Yi Xian. In his hand, a mysterious magic treasure like a crescent moon kept reaping lives. However, he didn't care about these people at all. His target was Yi Xian. Roar! The ancient sword intent also rushed out. At this time, the ancient sword intent was the guardian divine beast of the secret realm. Although it was out of the range of the secret realm, it originally had the cultivation of the true immortal realm. Therefore, it was going to fight the massacre god of war. Humph, Pavilion Master Mozhang, go and support him. In an instant, Pavilion Master Mozhang also rushed towards Yi Xian. Disciple, I'll leave this place to you. A voice came from behind Yi Xian. It was the voice of the fifth hall master, Yi Xian's master. In fact, Yi Xian had been carefully protecting the fifth hall master. Although he didn't say it out loud, he still arranged for his master and mistress to be at the end of the mission. However, at this time, he was the only true immortal realm expert in Overwave City. If he didn't go, who else could? Therefore, the fifth hall master directly faced off against Pavilion Master Mozhang. I didn't expect that a mere Overwave City would have two true immortals. Humph, Mask, don't care about those ants. You go and support them too. The leader ordered again. The masked man didn't hesitate and rushed forward. After a casual glance, his eyes locked on to the fifth hall master. Damn it! Damn it! Yi Xian continued to activate the restrictions of the Divine Sword Valley, launching one powerful attack after another. However, his eyes were always on the fifth hall master. It could be seen that the fifth hall master had already used all his strength and all his trump cards. But, one person facing two true god realms, he still appeared somewhat powerless. He wasn't Yi Xian and didn't have the help of the system. Therefore, he was being suppressed all the time. Yi Xian was anxious, but he couldn't do anything because there was no true immortal realm expert in Overwave City. There were disciples of the fifth hall who tried to help, but unfortunately, even the elders of the profound god realm would be courting death. Devour. Suddenly, Yi Xian activated Devour and devoured a portion of the resources in the Qian Kun ring. Yi Xian wanted to level up, he wanted to possess powerful strength and protect the people he wanted to protect. Ding! Host has broken through. Current lower rank 5 profound god realm. Devour. Continuous devour. Ding! Host has broken through. Current lower rank 7 profound god realm. Devour again. Ding! Host has broken through. Current lower rank 9 profound god realm. Ding! System notification, insufficient resources. Divine Sword Valley's restriction will stop attacking. Yi Xian leveled up and devoured continuously. In an instant, he leveled up 8 levels. However, this was the limit because Yi Xian had no more resources. Even the Divine Sword Valley's restriction was about to stop working. Damn it, damn it. Yi Xian's eyes were bloodshot. It could be said that he was a little abnormal now. Yi Xian wasn't a person who couldn't keep his cool. However, when it came to the people around Yi Xian could even go crazy. The fifth hall master could be said to be the person who treated Yi Xian the best after he entered the divine world. At the same time, he was also Yi Xian's master. Now that he was being injured by the two of them, how could Yi Xian not be anxious? The Divine Sword Valley's restriction was weakened. In an instant, Overwave City's side was suppressed on the battlefield and disciples were dying. Yi Xian's heart felt like it was bleeding. Chapter 22:34. That guy called Yi Xian hasn't been killed yet? This won't do. What are these three fellas doing? Just kill that ant directly. Why go through so much trouble? Even though I don't feel bad about the death of these Mo Shanga disciples, but after all, we still need them for our future plans. Gogox, Huan Tian, you go over as well. Remember to kill that Yi Xian. As for the rest of the ants, just ignore them. Yes, boss. For the sake of a single Yi Xian, did he mobilize 4 true God stage experts? They really thought highly of Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian's restriction did cause a lot of damage to the Mo Shangji's disciples. Huan Tian moved extremely quickly and arrived beside Yi Xian in an instant. Kid, the three of them can't be bothered to kill you. However, I won't let you go. Are you ready to die? Huan Tian smiled faintly and looked at Yi Xian's wooden pipe. He didn't care at all. He didn't put Yi Xian in his eyes at all. You want to kill me? Go ahead. Yi Xian looked at Huan Tian and said. Huh, interesting. Huan Tian waved his hand and a powerful force swept towards Yi Xian. Protect. Yi Xian's words of protection weren't for someone to protect him, but to activate the special protective ability of the Divine Sword Valley. This restriction was mainly used to summon the Divine Sword projections in the Divine Sword Valley to battle. Naturally, it could be used to attack and defend. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of Divine Sword projections condensed in front of Yi Xian and formed a giant shield. Interesting. You can use it like this? Then, can your sword shield withstand one punch from me? Boom. One punch. Yes, one punch. Huan Tian was an expert in illusionary killing, but at this moment, he used one punch to break Yi Xian's sword shield. The difference was too great. Could it be that Yi Xian couldn't do anything to this powerful existence? Thousand Beasts Sword Servants. Flower God Sword Servants. Withered Bones Sword Servants. In an instant, Yi Xian attacked with all his might. Unfortunately, after the three great sword servants came out, they were killed before they could even attack. Was this the difference in strength? Don't hurt my disciple. A crisp voice sounded. It was Yi Xian's mistress. Mistress, don't come over. Yi Xian panicked, but it was too late. As well. Boom. Huan Tian punched out, and in an instant, Yi Xian's wife was sent flying. She was obviously severely injured. Bastard, I'll kill you. Yi. Of Yi. No, it wasn't Yi Xian's power. An illusory door suddenly appeared. Once a true God Realm powerhouse entered the devouring space, then it might cause great damage to the devouring space. But what could Yi Xian do now? He was just a low-level profound god. He didn't have any trump cards. What else could he do besides using the devouring space? The devouring space could kill Huan Tian. This was certain. Of course, Yi Xian would pay a great price for it. Yi Xian and Huan Tian suddenly disappeared from the battlefield. Everyone looked over in confusion. No matter who it was, they couldn't sense any trace of Yi Xian or Huan Tian. It was as if the two of them had never appeared. What was going on? No one knew. No one knew what was going on. Yi Xian looked at Huan Tian in the devouring space. Huan Tian was confused as well. What's going on? Kid, is this your illusion? Or is it your domain? No, you're just a low-level profound god. How can you have a domain? Huan Tian seemed to have not reacted at all, or perhaps it should be said that he didn't care at all. Wow, not bad, not bad. This is a good place. Huan Tian was actually in the mood to enjoy the scenery. Just how much contempt did he have for Yi Xian? The system's alarms continued to ring. It seemed that the system was also anxious. Yi Xian looked at Huan Tian. He knew that he had to kill this person quickly. In fact, it wasn't just Huan Tian who attacked. Even if he entered, he would cause damage to the devouring space. This was because his realm was much higher than Yi Xian's, so the devouring space couldn't bear it. Die. Within the devouring space, Yi Xian's projection would receive a powerful boost. Yi Xian would be able to utilize countless amounts of energy. Following Yi Xian's calm words, hundreds of restrictions shot towards Huan Tian in an instant. Ants are ants. What? Could it be that you want to defeat me with this little bit of ability? You overestimate yourself. Boom. Huan Tian attacked with his illusion-slaying divine ability. It was a divine ability that combined illusions and slaughter. He could completely confuse a person's mind, then use extremely powerful means to kill the enemy. However, from the looks of it, Huan Tian didn't seem to have any intention of using an illusion. Instead, he wanted to use his absolute strength to crush Yi Xian. Ding! System notification. The devouring space is damaged and is in the process of being damaged. Ding! Warning! Warning! The current damage to the devouring space is 5%. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host, please kill the intruder immediately. Yi Xian frowned. This damned bastard had once again damaged the devouring space. This was unforgivable. Die for me. Suddenly, Yi Xian rushed forward. When Huan Tian saw that Yi Xian was actually attacking him, he didn't care at all. He said disdainfully, "Brat, don't try to struggle. Just accept your death obediently. Perhaps you can suffer less pain." Yi Xian did not care about him at all. In the devouring space, so what if he was a true god? The devouring space was his territory. Boom! With a punch, Huan Tian was instantly sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth. How is this possible? How is this possible? Huan Tian was dumbfounded. He was actually sent flying by Yi Xian's punch. Furthermore, he was severely injured. Was this really the power of a lower profound god? Ding! Warning! Warning! The devouring space is damaged. The current damage is 7%. Since Yi Xian had pulled this guy in, he knew that damage was unavoidable. Therefore, he just needed to end the battle quickly. However, after suffering a loss from Yi Xian's punch, Huan Tian didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Unfortunately, it was too late to not underestimate his opponent. Boom! 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 It was just a punch. Yi Xian didn't use any power at all. He just wanted to use his fists to get rid of him. Finally, Huan Tian was killed by Yi Xian's punch. After keeping this guy's Qingquan world, Yi Xian moved and appeared again. Chapter 2235. Ding! System notification. The devouring space is damaged by 15%. Host, please take note. Host must repair the devouring space as soon as possible. Ding! System notification. The devouring space is severely damaged. Before the host can repair the devouring space's benefits will be reduced by 15%. Yi Xian didn't care about the system notification at all. Such a result was within his expectations. At this moment, Yi Xian had already taken control of the Divine Sword Valley's restrictions and launched another attack. Gogux in the blink of an eye, a true God Realm expert disappeared. A strange disappearance. No one even knew what Yi Xian had done. But they were sure that Yi Xian had come out, but Huan Tian hadn't. I'm afraid Huan Tian is already doomed. At this moment, no matter if it was the people from Overwave City or the people from Mo Shanga, they all looked at Yi Xian with a trace of reverence. Even those experts had vigilance in their eyes. After all, Yi Xian's methods were too strange. That was a true God Realm expert, and he was gone just like that. No one even knew what had happened. What they saw was Yi Xian charging towards Huan Tian, and then the two disappeared. Then, Yi Xian appeared, and Huan Tian was gone. Continue to kill. Today, we will destroy Mo Shanggu. Yi Xian gave the order, and the people of Overwave City's fighting spirit soared. This was their city lord, this was their invincible city lord. Long live the city lord, charge. Kill. After the people of Overwave City reacted, they let out a roar that shook the heavens and charged forward once again. As for the people of Mo Shanggu, their morale was greatly reduced. How many more strange methods did this guy have? I'm not playing with you anymore, old man. Suddenly, the massacre battle god retreated and left the battle with the fifth hall master. At the same time, the masked man also left the battle with the ancient sword intent. The two of them quickly came to the side of the boss and whispered something. "Boss, there's something strange about this brat. Huan Tian isn't weak and his methods are even more impressive. Even we find that illusory killing technique difficult to deal with. However, how could this brat instantly make Huan Tian disappear? Strange, truly strange." The boss looked at the battlefield and nodded. "Looks like this Mo Shanggu is worthless. You two quickly go to the altar and quickly revive the ancient demon god. I will stall for time here. A mere Mo Shanggu is nothing in the eyes of the organization. However, both of you listen carefully. The ancient Fey god is part of the organization's grand plan. We must revive it. Furthermore, after you revive, you must immediately bring the ancient Fey god back to the organization. You must not allow the ancient Fey god to be harmed. Do you understand?" "Okay, boss, we got it." The two of them quickly left. Of course, Yi Xian saw this scene. However, Yi Xian had no idea what their motive was. Kill them all, humph. Secret technique, puppet control. In the blink of an eye, countless thin red threads appeared from the leader's body, directly connecting all the people of Mo Shanggu. This was the method they used to control Mo Shanggu. Those who were connected by the red threads immediately fell into a frenzy. It could be said that they attacked without any regard for their lives. They had actually all lost their consciousness. Of course, Mo Shanggu hadn't lost his consciousness yet. After all, he was also a true immortal expert. "You, what are you doing? Why did you use the secret technique?" Mo Shanggu came to the leader's side and asked in a trembling voice. Mo Shanggu had been established by him single-handedly. Although he had later joined the Annihilation Organization, he still had feelings for Mo Shanggu. "Humph, they're just ants. If they die, then they die. Alright, don't talk nonsense. Kill to your heart's content. Kill these rebels and then leave this place. This Mo Baijing, it's fine if we don't want it." Mo Shanggu didn't dare to resist. After all, some kind of secret technique had been installed in his body. The leader could even control him. In an instant, a strange change occurred on the battlefield. Mo Shangji's people were like madmen, only attacking and not defending. They didn't care even if they would lose their lives. Many of them even chose to self-detonate to attack. In an instant, Overwave City suffered heavy losses. Yi Xian saw all of this. However, he could only continuously activate the restrictions of the Divine Sword Valley to attack. He couldn't do anything else. The battle ended faster than expected. However, the losses were incomparably heavy. There were so many people that it had exceeded the limit of Yi Xian's resurrection. Therefore, many people were destined to die in battle. 3 days. Yi Xian only had 3 days. In these 3 days, Yi Xian went all out but only managed to resurrect 1/5 of the people who died. Fortunately, Mo Shanggu had been eliminated. 3 days later, the people of Overwave City were still resting. Yi Xian gave a few instructions to the 5th Hall Master, Overwave Pavilion Master, Bai Lu, and the others. Then, he left alone. In fact, the reason why Yi Xian stayed for so long was because he was worried about Mo Shanggu. Now that the overall situation had been decided, Yi Xian naturally couldn't continue to stay here. A large amount of resources were left in Overwave City because Yi Xian knew that once he left, this place could only fend for itself. No matter what, this was Yi Xian's first power. There were also people that Yi Xian cared about here. Therefore, Yi Xian had to leave enough resources. Yi Xian's departure didn't alarm anyone. While Overwave City was celebrating, Yi Xian quietly left with Fian. "Young master, where are we going next?" After walking for a while, Fian asked Yi Xian. "Of course we're going to Mo Shanggu." "What does young master mean?" Mo Shanggu has already been eliminated. "What's the point of going to Mo Shanggu?" Of course it's to reap the rewards. We fought so hard. Shouldn't we be going to Mo Shangji's treasure vault?" Yi Xian was in a good mood. Although he left Overwave City, he was about to reap a huge reward. Yi Xian didn't send anyone to take over Mo Shanggu. Why did he leave so many resources behind? Wasn't it so that he could monopolize Mo Shangji's treasure vault? After hearing Yi Xian's words, Fian smiled slightly and said, "Then I'm afraid that young master will have to speed up. The news of Mo Shangji's destruction has already spread. If young master wants Mo Shangji's treasure vault, how can other people not want it? I'm afraid that Mo Shanggu has already gathered countless treasure hunters." F***ck. After being reminded by Fian, Yi Xian finally reacted. This was too much of a scam. He was fighting for his life in front. If the benefits were taken away by others, then Yi Xian wouldn't even have a place to cry. Girl, full speed ahead. Yi Xian didn't care so much and directly exploded with his full speed. Chapter 2236. The entire Mo Shanggu had long been occupied by countless people. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. These people were either rogue cultivators or small forces. The battle between Overwave City and Mo Shanggu had nothing to do with them. However, once the result of the battle was clear, these people would not be polite. My resources. Damn it, these people dare to steal my spoils of war. Yi Xian's heart was bleeding. 3 days, even if these people had only been here for 1 or 2 days, countless resources would have been taken away. Looking at the situation now, except for the first hall, the other 8 halls had been completely occupied by these people. It was obvious that the treasures of the other 8 halls had been emptied long ago. Of course, the 5th hall was an exception. The 5th hall had already left, there was nothing left on the mountain. The 1st hall. Yes, there was still the 1st hall. At this moment, there were still thousands of Mo Shangji's remaining forces in the 1st hall, so the treasures had not been lost yet. QWPM. That was Yi Xian's. If Yi Xian did not even get the treasures of the 1st hall, then Yi Xian would really lose everything. Yi Xian did not care about other places, he directly rushed to the 1st hall. At this moment, the majority of the 1st hall had been lost. The remaining forces of Mo Shanggu guarded outside the main hall, relying on the restrictions to block the people outside. The treasures of the 1st hall were behind the main hall. At the front of the main hall, there were at least 100,000 people gathered there. 100,000 people surrounded the main hall, but among these people, there was not a single true expert. Mo Shanggu has been destroyed, do you still want to resist? Disciples of Mo Shanggu, I advise you to leave quickly, we will not make things difficult for you, we just want to get the benefits of this place, ha. A group of bandits, you damned bastards, wait for master and senior brothers to come back, we will definitely capture all of you. A young girl was standing at the entrance. She was a 2nd-tier profound god. She could be considered the strongest cultivator among the remaining members of the Mo Shang Pavilion. However, her eyes were incomparably clear. Surprisingly, she hadn't been controlled by the extermination organization. But thinking about it, even if it was the 1st palace, it still had to interact with the other places. Naturally, there would be some people who weren't turned into puppets. This young girl stood guard at the entrance with her sword in hand. Her cultivation was at the middle of the 2nd stage of the profound god realm, so the motley crew outside didn't dare to barge in. However, this was the best she could do. Your master and senior brothers? Huh, little girl, don't you know that they have all been annihilated by Overwave City? Your Mo Shanggu has done evil for so many years, and you've finally received your retribution. Overwave City doesn't care about your little bit of resources, so they don't care about you guys. However, by the time they react, I'm afraid none of you will be able to escape. Let me give you a word of advice. Leave quickly. That's right, that's right. Look at how tactful the people from the other 8 palaces are. They know that they are no match for us and have long fled. You people from the 1st palace are so tactless. Do you really want to be killed by us? If you want to rob us, then you'll have to step over my dead body. The young girl didn't care about these people at all. Behind her, many Mo Xianxia disciples were also guarding the entrance. It could be said that if one wanted to enter the main palace, then they could only enter through the entrance. Mo Xianxia had long built this main palace to be incomparably strong. Naturally, it was impossible to pass through the air. It was also impossible to break through the walls. This main palace was protected by special restrictions. Of course, others couldn't do anything about these restrictions, but it wasn't difficult for Yi Xian. At this moment, in a corner, Yi Xian had already quietly broken through the restrictions and walked towards the interior of the main palace. Yi Xian could choose to barge in from the main entrance, but that would undoubtedly allow those people to rush in as well. At that time, a fight would be inevitable. This wasn't the result that Yi Xian wanted. The sooner he looted Mo Xianxia's treasury, the sooner he could kill or leave, the sooner he would have no qualms. Yi Xian moved extremely quickly. After killing Huan Tian, he swallowed Huan Tian's Qian Kun ring and leveled up again. At this moment, he was a mid-tier profound god. In the current Mo Xianxia, only the young girl at the entrance could discover him. However, that young girl wasn't in the mood to care about what was behind her. Wow, this Mo Xianxia really has a lot of good stuff. Huh, I've made a profit this time. Yi Xian wouldn't let go of any treasury. As long as he saw it, then he wouldn't let it go. One treasury after another was looted, all of them falling into Yi Xian's hands. Divine medicine, special ores, divine beast materials, and even special treasures and techniques. Yi Xian wouldn't let go of any of them. After spending half a day, Yi Xian finally looted all of Mo Xianxia's first main palace's treasury. System, quickly scan, see if there are any more treasures. Ding, system notification, scanning. Ding, system notification, please take note, the system has scanned an undetectable area. Undetectable? How could this be? It seems that there's a need to take a look. If even the system couldn't detect it, there must be something valuable inside. Under the guidance of the system, Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. He quickly arrived at the place that the system said was impossible to detect. It was a sculpture made of an unknown material. The sculpture was a strange attic. However, it was obvious that this attic was impossible for people to live in. Come, take this thing away. We'll slowly examine it in the future. Ding, system notification, the specified item is made of a special material. It cannot be stored in the Qingkuan ring. Ding, system notification, the specified item is made of a special material. It cannot be stored in the devouring space. What? Even the devouring space couldn't be used. Yi Xian was really surprised this time. If even the devouring space couldn't be stored in it, this thing was definitely not simple. It seemed that he had to think of a way to break it. System, is there any way to destroy this thing? Ding, system notification, insufficient data, unable to provide an effective solution. Holy shit. Even the system couldn't come up with a solution. This was Yi Xian's first time encountering such a situation. Ding, system notification, according to analysis, since this thing appeared here, there might be some sort of mechanism. It is recommended that the host look for the mechanism. The system notification sounded. However, to Yi Xian, it was of no help at all. Of course, he knew that he could break this restriction by looking for the mechanism. However, was it so easy to find the mechanism? Fortunately, at this time, outside the main hall, those rabble of people who were worried that Lingbo City would send people to take over Mo Xianxia finally lost their patience and decided to attack the first hall of Mo Xianxia. Hence, almost all of the remaining disciples of Mo Xianxia had rushed over to help, so no one came to disturb Yi Xian. Yi Xian carefully searched every corner. Finally, a small sculpture attracted Yi Xian's attention. It was a sculpture. Chapter 2237. However, Yi Xian's keen senses told him that the small sculpture looked exactly the same as the large one. Yi Xian didn't believe that there wasn't a problem. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. Yi Xian examined the small sculpture for a long time, but he couldn't see anything wrong with it. What is this? Feelings are all lies. Yi Xian was about to throw it away, but after thinking about it, he threw it into his Qian Kun ring. Suddenly, the large sculpture in front of Yi Xian disappeared. Yes, it had mysteriously disappeared just like that. Yi Xian subconsciously looked at his Qian Kun ring, but what he saw gave him a fright. The sculpture had actually entered Yi Xian's Qian Kun ring. What was going on? However, when Yi Xian wanted to take it out, he couldn't. When Yi Xian took out the small sculpture, the large sculpture followed him out. Of course, Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to explore this. Because at this moment, the sounds of battle could be heard from outside. In other words, the Mo Shang Pavilion's first hall had fallen. Countless people rushed in, and the moment they entered, they frantically plundered everything they could see in the first hall. These people were a bunch of lunatics. Yes, a bunch of lunatics. Everything they could see, even a tile, they wouldn't let it go. At the same time, they wouldn't let a single Mo Shang Pavilion disciple go. At this moment, the remaining dozen Mo Shang Pavilion disciples guarding the young girl were surrounded by a group of people. Huh, little girl, weren't you very strong just now? Why aren't you saying anything now? Come with us, brothers. I guarantee that will make you wish you were dead. You bunch of scum, you actually used poison. Huh, so what if we used poison? Who said that we couldn't use poison? It turned out that these people knew that they weren't a match for the young girl, so they used poison on her. More accurately, they used poison on the remaining Mo Shang Pavilion members. As for the others, they had already killed them. Yi Xian heard these words. To be honest, Yi Xian didn't have a good impression of Mo Shanggu, but he didn't hate him either. However, Yi Xian didn't have a good impression of these people who took advantage of the situation. Before Mo Shanga was annihilated, all of those fellows had curried favor with Mo Shanga and tried to curry favor with Mo Shanga. Yet now, once Mo Shanga was defeated, they revealed their ugly faces again. This kind of person was someone that Yi Xian couldn't stand. At the beginning, Yi Xian didn't want to care so much after he got the benefits. He was prepared to leave, but when he saw these ugly people, Yi Xian didn't know why he still stood up. Stop! Yi Xian roared loudly. His figure had already arrived beside the young girl and the remnants of Mo Shanggu. Hey, where did this brat come from? What do you want? Seeing Yi Xian stand out, those people were a little surprised. Get the hell out of here right now, and perhaps I can spare your lives. These fellows were mostly heavenly gods, and there weren't many spiritual gods. As for profound gods, there were even fewer of them. It could be said that Yi Xian didn't take them seriously at all. Of course, he was only saying that he would spare them because he knew that it was impossible for them to be scared away by him. However, as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he heard those people roaring with laughter. Huh, this is too funny. Kid, what do you want? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to this woman? Don't worry, we'll let you play with her once we're done playing with her. Yi Xian deliberately concealed his cultivation at this moment, so he only revealed a mid-level heavenly god because Yi Xian didn't want to cause trouble. He had already obtained almost all of Mo Shangji's treasures, so he just wanted to blend in with the crowd and leave. However, Yi Xian was still furious when he heard this. Are you going to scram or not? Huh, what big words you have there, kid. Tell us, which clan or sect are you from? Do you know who we are? You'll be scared to death if I tell you. Let me tell you, our sect has joined Overwave City. What do you think? Are you envious? Come, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and beg me, and I'll bring you to Overwave City. As this person spoke, he waved his hand and ordered the people around him to surround Yi Xian. It was obvious that at least for now, he was proud to join Overwave City. However, no one knew if that was the case before. Yi Xian didn't want to waste his breath. He had given this guy a chance to live, but this guy didn't know how to cherish it, so there was no need to give him another chance now. Yi Xian suddenly pulled out the God Slayer and killed that person with a single strike. Murder, you dare to kill. You dare to kill our young master. Kill him, he's a survivor of Mo Shanggu, kill him. In an instant, dozens of people pounced on Yi Xian. You're courting death. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and a ray of sword light flew out. In an instant, dozens of people's heads were sent flying. Quick, stop him, Mo Shangji's treasure must have been taken by him. Look at the divine sword in his hand, it's definitely not simple. Everyone, attack together, kill him. Someone instigated. However, this instigation was very effective. Soon, the people around Yi Xian noticed Yi Xian. QWPM, treasure. Divine sword. Damn it, kid, are you thinking of taking it all for yourself? Leave behind the divine sword in your hand and the treasure, otherwise, we'll have to take it ourselves. Yi Xian frowned. These people really didn't know how to spell the word death. They even wanted to snatch his god slayer. Wei Zhentian, kill them. Yi Xian was too lazy to do it himself, so he directly handed over the control of the god slayer to Wei Zhentian. In an instant, under Wei Zhentian's control, the god slayer flew up. Every time it moved, one person would be killed, sometimes even several people. However, this didn't make these people afraid. Instead, they felt that the god slayer was a treasure and wanted to snatch it away. More people noticed Yi Xian's side and continuously rushed towards Yi Xian. Quick, there's someone over there who wants to leave after taking the treasure. Everyone, quickly go over there. The crowd grew bigger and bigger. They all thought that Yi Xian had taken the treasure and wanted to stop Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all. Instead, he walked to the side of the young girl. Can you still walk? The young girl didn't know who Yi Xian was, nor did she know why Yi Xian wanted to save her. However, she was sure that Yi Xian wasn't a member of Mo Shanggu. Although Yi Xian did stay in Mo Shanggu for a period of time, he spent most of his time in the fifth hall. He rarely came in contact with the disciples of the other halls, let alone the most mysterious first hall. Even though Yi Xian's name was known by everyone, not many people had seen Yi Xian's face. Yes. The young girl nodded. The rest of the Mo Shanggu disciples also nodded in agreement. Good, follow me closely if you can walk. If any of you fall behind, I won't be in the mood to save you. Thank you. The young girl softly thanked while the rest of the Mo Shanggu disciples also nodded in thanks. Soon, Yi Xian led these people outside. Beside them, Wei Zhentian controlled the god slayer to move around continuously. Chapter 22:38. As for the people surrounding Yi Xian, they couldn't do anything to him. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD Wei Zhentian would not hesitate to kill those who dared to block his path. Wei Zhentian would also kill those who dared to approach him. Don't let him leave. The first hall's treasury is all gone, it must be this guy, he must have stolen the treasures. Kill, everyone, kill him together and split the treasures. Finally, someone checked the treasury of the first hall, but found it empty. Hearing this, those people didn't care so much. In the divine world, strength was respected. Many people were willing to throw away their lives for strength. The source of strength, other than cultivation, was naturally treasures. It was said that Mo Shang Pavilion had countless good things, and just one of these good things could greatly increase their strength. Now that they heard that Yi Xian had a new treasury, who wouldn't want to kill Yi Xian and snatch the treasures from the treasury again? In an instant, the people around Yi Xian rushed towards Yi Xian like moths to a flame. Battle cries rang out continuously. The god-slaying sword was finally too busy to handle. 1,000 beasts sword servants, come out too. Yi Xian waved his hand and the 1,000 beasts sword servants appeared, accompanied by 1,000 divine rank mounts. The 1,000 beasts sword servants led the divine rank mounts to protect Yi Xian and the others, while those people continued to attack. But was there any use? Yi Xian walked forward as if he was taking a stroll. Beside him, the god-slaying sword danced, and the 1,000 beast sword servants and divine rank mounts followed his footsteps as they searched. However, as time passed, experts began to appear. At this time, 2 low-level Profound God experts blocked Yi Xian's path. The Profound God realm was considered the strongest existence in the 100 realms of Mo Shang Pavilion. They were the supreme existence of a sect or clan. It was the same for these 2 people. They were both leaders of their respective forces. Brat, hand over the thing in your hand. Otherwise, you won't be able to pass. Yi Xian looked up at the 2 men. However, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. He casually pointed and said, "Die." At this moment, Yi Xian was using the 6-syllable mantra. A mysterious power erupted, and before the man could even figure out what was happening, his godhead shattered and he collapsed to the ground. The power of the 6-syllable mantra was enough to kill anyone weaker than Yi Xian. How is this possible? The other Profound God realm guy was dumbfounded. This was too powerful, he could kill people with a casual finger. How could he be strong to such an extent? Oh no, he's Yi Xian. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Whoosh! Almost at the same time that this voice was heard, everyone who had surrounded Yi Xian immediately retreated. Yi Xian? No, that's impossible. He can't be Yi Xian. Someone said doubtfully, but even so, he didn't dare to take a step forward. I heard that Yi Xian is very young. Could it really be him? Others expressed their belief. It shouldn't be. For Yi Xian to be able to become the city lord of Overwave City, no matter what, his strength is still very strong. No matter how talented a young man is, he can't be too strong. Look at him, he's only at the heavenly god realm, so he shouldn't be Yi Xian. Everyone was discussing, but no matter what they were discussing, no one dared to attack Yi Xian. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. He didn't think that his name would actually become a signboard. Just hearing his name and not confirming it had scared these people to this extent. There were at least a few thousand people surrounding Yi Xian. However, just the name Yi Xian was enough to make these thousands of people not dare to take a step forward. There was probably no one else in the 100 territories who could have such power. Everyone, don't be afraid. Yi Xian is the city lord of Overwave City. How could he be here? If Yi Xian was really interested in this place, he would have sent someone here long ago. Therefore, this guy can't be Yi Xian. But just now, he could kill a Profound God realm expert with a casual finger. If he's not Yi Xian, who else can he be? If you don't believe me, then go ahead. Everyone was discussing, but no one dared to step forward. Yi Xian was too lazy to punish these people. This was good for Yi Xian. It would be best if these people didn't make a move. Then, Yi Xian would be too lazy to kill. However, the idea was beautiful, but reality didn't necessarily go according to the idea. This old man can prove that he's not Yi Xian. This old man has seen Yi Xian before. A voice sounded. High-class Profound God realm. It was actually a high-class Profound God realm expert. There was actually a high-class Profound God realm expert here. No. There was something wrong with his eyes. This guy recognized him. He was from Overwave City. Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be someone in Overwave City who wanted to kill him. Damn this guy, was he planning to kill him with a borrowed knife? Well, Yi Xian's strength wasn't considered strong, but now, he was the strongest person in the 100 realms. Naturally, there would be people eyeing the power in his hands. Naturally, there would be people who would make a move on him. Overwave City was originally a gathering of countless forces. When there was a common enemy, perhaps everyone could be united. However, once the enemy was defeated, it was inevitable that some petty people would jump out. It's Jiao Luo sect's Jiao Luo. Old man Jiao Luo sect has already joined Overwave City. It seems like this guy isn't Yi Xian. Everyone, let's kill him together and the treasure will be ours. Another person shouted. Without a doubt, this guy was adding fuel to the fire. Because, although he shouted, he didn't make a move himself. Jiu Luo sect, what a Jiu Luo sect. Yi Xian stopped and looked at that person. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Everyone, let's kill him together. Kill him and the treasure will be ours. However, at this moment, no one moved because Yi Xian instantly exploded with his peak low-class profound god realm cultivation. Moreover, his eyes were locked on that high-class profound god. You're called Jiu Luo? Yi Xian looked at that person calmly. Kid, you dare to impersonate Yi Xian city lord. Are you courting death? It was obvious that that person was panicking. One had to know that Yi Xian had always been incomparably mysterious in Overwave City. Even if it was the true god realm, he would still be able to do it just like that. As long as one had seen Yi Xian fight before, who wouldn't be afraid? I'm asking you a question. Answer me. Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a loud shout. It was a roar filled with anger. Yi Xian hated traitors. If he hadn't encountered this Jiu Luo sect, perhaps Yi Xian wouldn't even care. After all, Yi Xian had already decided to leave. However, these people actually wanted to kill him now. In that case, Yi Xian wouldn't leave them alone. You, how dare you speak to me like that? What are you waiting for? Kill him. Kill him and the treasure will be yours. Chapter 2239. Jiu Luo sect, I, Yi Xian, promise you that whoever kills him will be rewarded. Yi Xian's voice continued to spread until it reached the entire plaza. Only now did everyone realize that this was really Yi Xian. He was the city lord of Overwave City. Don't listen to him. Kill him. Kill him and the treasures will be yours. What are you waiting for? Jiu Luo was completely flustered, as he realized that when Yi Xian really said his name, a portion of the disciples by his side actually left him again. The rest of them also seemed extremely flustered. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. Suddenly, someone shouted, kill this person in front of us. He's definitely City Lord Yi Xian's enemy. If we kill him, City Lord Yi Xian will definitely reward everyone. Charge. Yes, kill him. City Lord Yi Xian will reward us. Kill. This was the difference between them. No matter how much Jiu Luo encouraged them, no one paid any attention to him. However, when Yi Xian revealed his name, countless people rushed towards Jiu Luo in an instant. These people were all unafraid of death and actually burst forth with courage that they normally wouldn't have. Master, you actually want to assassinate the city lord? Jiu Luo was dumbfounded as he watched the disciples by his side leave one by one. He had brought 500 people with him, but now, there were less than 50 people by his side. He didn't understand how Yi Xian had been able to obtain such prestige. In his opinion, Yi Xian hadn't done anything at all. In fact, he had been one of the first people to follow the Third Hall Elder's lead. In his heart, Yi Xian would settle the score with him sooner or later. This time, he had come to Overwave City to gain some benefits from Mo Shang Pavilion and then betray Overwave City. However, what had surprised him was that he had actually encountered Yi Xian. Thus, this fella had started to have crooked thoughts. If he killed Yi Xian, wouldn't he be able to obtain Yi Xian's secrets? Moreover, he could continue to return to Overwave City. Perhaps he could even become the city lord of Overwave City after some scheming. This fella had pushed him to hell with a single mistake. Those people who had surrounded Yi Xian just now knew that they had offended Yi Xian, so they wouldn't let go of this opportunity to gain merit. They simply threw themselves at him without any regard for their lives. Even though this fellow was a high-grade profound god. However, the strongest power in the god realm wasn't based on cultivation. It came from those powerful abilities. In fact, if a spiritual god possessed some kind of powerful ability, he could even kill a profound god realm existence. Moreover, the gap between cultivation and strength in the god dimension wasn't that huge. A profound god could easily annihilate a heavenly god or domain enlightened spirit god. However, even if it was a superior profound god, if he wanted to kill a middle profound god, he would still have to put in a lot of effort. The most important thing in terms of battle prowess was the divine ability, not the realm. Of course, it was a different story if there was someone with such a title. Countless people threw themselves at Jiu Luo. Jiu Luo was already extremely alarmed. He was constantly attacking and killing those people. If it was any other time, these fellows would only be ants in his eyes. But now, they could take his life. Because it was Yi Xian's order, practically everyone threw themselves at him. This even included his disciples. Wei Zhentian, you go help as well. Yi Xian was actually very clear that he would absolutely be unable to defeat that fella in a one-on-one battle. That was a high-grade profound god. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have to do it himself here. There were a large number of people who were willing to fight for Yi Xian. The battle had started quickly, but it had also ended quickly. There was a saying in the god realm that a city of mortals could also exhaust a god to death. It was the strength of a crowd. Of course, the mortals here referred to low-level gods. Not to mention that those who had charged at that person weren't ordinary spirit gods. Of course, that person's final frenzy had also caused quite a number of losses. At least 3,000 people had been killed in the battle. It was practically impossible for Yi Xian to revive all 3,000 people. 6 syllables, life. Following Yi Xian's command, the people whose corpses hadn't been destroyed stood up once more. Although there were only 200 or 300 people, it was enough to make everyone extremely excited. After all, the ability to bring people back from the dead had simply exceeded their imagination. I promised all of you that I would reward all of you. Now, all of you can go to Overwave City. Someone will receive you and reward you. Yi Xian spoke indifferently. No one doubted his words. No one dared to say anything about Yi Xian taking away the first item of Mo Shangji's first hall. So, everyone had already left obediently. Of course, Yi Xian was about to leave as well. However, a voice resounded just as Yi Xian was about to leave. You're Yi Xian? You're the city governor of Overwave City? It was the young woman's voice. Yi Xian turned around, looked at her, and said, Yes, I'm Yi Xian. You. Why did you destroy our Mo Shanggu? The young woman suddenly roared loudly. Yi Xian smiled lightly and said, Only one of us can survive in war. Not to mention that you're a disciple of the First Hall. Could it be that you don't know the secrets of the First Hall? How many people in Overwave City joined Overwave City because they were persecuted, had their homes destroyed, and had their relatives killed? If we didn't destroy them, then we would be the ones to be destroyed. Yi Xian didn't know why he was explaining to the young woman, but he still said it in the end. Of course, the young woman was vaguely aware of some of the secrets of Mo Shanggu. Those senior brothers with dull eyes and the silent First Hall were undoubtedly proof of the uniqueness of the First Hall. What's more, Mo Shanggu continued to bully the small forces in the 100 territories in the later stages. Strictly speaking, it was no longer considered a righteous path. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for completely resolving the matter of Mo Shanggu. You've obtained 1 eternal point. What? The sudden notification stunned Yi Xian. Eternal points were something that Yi Xian had always wanted to obtain, but he had never succeeded. Now that he had suddenly obtained 1 eternal point, Yi Xian was puzzled because he didn't know what was required to obtain eternal points. System, what's going on? How can I obtain eternal points? Since he had obtained 1 eternal point, Yi Xian naturally had to ask. Ding! System notification. Host, please note that the function of eternal points has not been fully unlocked for the time being. At present, the system will only randomly reward some. The system's reply stunned Yi Xian. What was this? The function of eternal points had not been unlocked? But he had already obtained the eternal bloodline. Chapter 2240. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. System notification. Although the eternal bloodline is a god-grade bloodline, it has no room for growth and can only unlock some skills. It is recommended that the host upgrade the Sword God bloodline and Battle God bloodline to God Grade bloodline as soon as possible. Then, the host can integrate the Eternal bloodline. 1357924 6810GGGGGD. Alright, so that was the reason. Indeed, Yi Xian's eternal bloodline was mutated. In other words, Yi Xian obtained it in advance. Eternal points were indeed very useful, so Yi Xian could only helplessly wait for the system to synchronize it. Fortunately, Yi Xian's eternal points were no longer 0. This was worth celebrating. After Yi Xian came out, Fei Yan came to his side. Yi Xian did not intend to care about the rest of the matter. At this time, he had already embarked on his journey again. It was time to leave. Yi Xian had wasted too much time in this insignificant Emo-100 territories. This time, Yi Xian planned to explore the mysterious ancient city first. Yi Xian had obtained this thing when he obtained the inheritance of the ancient divine emperor. However, he had never had the time to see what was in the mysterious ancient city. Yi Xian had reason to believe that he might be able to obtain some opportunities in the mysterious ancient city. On this day, Yi Xian was walking when suddenly, a system notification rang in his ears. Ding! System notification, congratulations to the host for breaking through 10,000 faith points. The faith point special function is officially unlocked. Faith points. To be honest, because the faith points were too little and were basically useless to Yi Xian did not pay much attention to it. He did not expect to be able to gain faith points even after leaving Overwave City. Ding! System notification, host, please take note. Once the host establishes his own force and carefully manages it, that force will continuously provide the host with faith points. Ding! System notification, host, please take note that the host currently does not have enough faith points. More functions cannot be unlocked for the time being. However, from now on, the host can use faith points to exchange for devour points or eternal points. Faith points can also be used independently. Ding! Exchange ratio, 100,000 faith points for 1 devour point. 1,000,000 faith points for 1 eternal point. Ding! Host, please note that this exchange can only be done with faith points. It is irreversibly exchangeable. Ding! Host currently has 10,000 faith points and can use 2 abilities. Ability 1, Protection of Faith. 10,000 faith points can transform into an invincible shield that lasts for 3 seconds. Ding! Ability, Faith Enhancement. 10,000 faith enhancement. All attacks of the host will be boosted by 1. Lasts for 1 day. Yi Xian was a little speechless when he heard the system's introduction. Faith points were too worthless. He had to spend 100,000 faith points to exchange for 1 devour point. Needless to say, the eternal points required 1,000,000. With such a huge gap between them, how could faith points be so worthless? Ding! System notification, please take note, host. After the conviction points are officially activated, everyone who is loyal to the host will be able to contribute 3 conviction points to the host every 100 years. F***CK. Yi Xian finally understood why conviction points were so worthless. F***CK, this thing was simply endless. It could increase every day. One had to know that Yi Xian only had Overwave City now. However, what would happen when Yi Xian had more forces? It could be said that everyone had a chance to help Yi Xian gain conviction points. Moreover, it was not a one-time thing. It could be increased continuously and could be refreshed every 100 years. This was simply an endless stream of them. Speaking of which, faith value was probably the most powerful thing in this world. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that Yi Xian had to have enough conviction points. 100 years was nothing in the realm of the gods. Although the 10,000 faith points in Yi Xian's hands were very little, it was still a starting point. Although Yi Xian currently had a large amount of resources, he didn't devour them. This was because he had already suffered enough losses from not having enough resources in the 100 realms, so he didn't dare to casually use the resources he obtained from Mo Shanga. Luo Luo's whereabouts were clear, but Yi Xian could not do anything about it. Therefore, Yi Xian's main task now was to level up. Only when his realm reached a certain level would Yi Xian have the confidence to find Luo Luo. The mysterious ancient city was located in the northern desert. Of course, this so-called north was only relative to Yi Xian's current location. When Yi Xian and Fian arrived at the so-called Endless Desert, they finally understood why this place was called the Endless Desert. In this place, besides yellow sand, there was nothing else to be seen. Before entering the desert, there was a city. It was not a very big city. It could be said that after leaving this place, they might encounter some settlements, but they probably would not encounter a city. This city was called Sand City. Sand City was far away from Mo Beijing. It was the territory of the Sand Deity tribe. This Sand Deity tribe was said to not be part of the human race, and the territory they controlled was only a trifling 3 territories. It was just this desert, but such a small force, no one would find trouble with them at all. This was because they had nothing to gain from it. On this day, Yi Xian was resting in the inn when he heard a group of people barging in. "Quick, boss, quickly prepare enough water from the holy spring for us. We want to enter the desert." "Hee, please wait a moment. Why are you in such a hurry to enter the desert? Do you have any news? Don't you know? I heard that a mysterious ancient city suddenly appeared in the desert. Someone picked up a lot of ancient treasures from the outside of the ancient city. You know, those are ancient treasures. It's not something you can imagine. Now, many people have rushed over there." Ancient city? There are indeed many ancient cities in the desert, but an ancient city with ancient treasures, could this be false news? My inn has been open here for more than 3,000 years, but I have never heard of such a thing. It can't be fake, because this time, this ancient city did not appear naturally, but was made by Sharon. Sharon, you mean Sharon? It can't be, those monsters appeared again? Boss, why are you asking so many questions? If you want to go, then go together. If you don't want to go, then don't waste our time. Perhaps seeing that these people were a little anxious, the boss had no choice but to prepare the things they needed and did not say anything else. However, the sudden appearance of the ancient city attracted Yi Xian's attention. Could it be that this was the ancient city he was looking for? Yi Xian walked out and came to the boss's side to ask a simple question. Chapter 2241. It turned out that there was a special type of divine beast living in the endless desert. 1357924. 6810 These divine beasts were spiritual deities. They did not have bodies of flesh and blood, but instead constructed their bodies out of sand. These sand dragons were enormous and were rarely discovered. However, these sand dragons seemed to have a special ability to detect treasures and natural treasures. Every time they appeared, they would be accompanied by treasures. "Boss, what is this divine spring water that those people have prepared? Is it for drinking?" Yi Xian continued to ask. "Of course not. Sir, you must be joking. Once you cultivate a godhead, you no longer need to eat or drink. This divine spring water actually has other uses." "Oh, tell me about it." Yi Xian's interest was piqued. Sir, you are not a local here. That's why you don't know about this divine spring water. The divine spring water is actually secreted from a special plant in the desert. Furthermore, it is very strange. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Strange? Using the word strange to describe water? It's like this. Sir, you may not know this, but as soon as this divine spring water falls into the desert, it will grow into a forest in an instant. Without the support of the divine spring water, the forest will turn into yellow sand and disappear in less than an hour. However, a lot of things can be done in this 1 hour. For example, you can avoid the special divine beasts in the desert. The divine beasts in the desert are generally afraid of plants. No one knows why, but this information is absolutely reliable. After hearing the innkeeper's words, even Yi Xian felt that it was rather strange. It was quite novel that there was actually such water that could turn into a forest when it dripped onto the desert. Alright, then boss, prepare some for me too. Since the divine spring water was said to have miraculous uses, then Yi Xian believed that he might be able to find some as well. Alright. Sir, 1 drop of this divine spring water costs 10,000 divine crystals. How much do you want? 10,000 divine crystals per drop. Yi Xian was shocked by the price. 10,000 divine crystals per drop. This was too expensive. Luckily, Yi Xian wasn't short on money, so he directly said to the owner, if that's the case, then give me a pot first. The moment Yi Xian finished speaking, the innkeeper gave Yi Xian a strange look. Sir, are you sure you want a pot? Other people bought it drop by drop, but when it was his turn to buy Yi Xian, he opened his mouth and bought a whole pot. What? Don't tell me you don't have enough divine spring water here? Seeing his boss hesitate, Yi Xian also looked over in surprise. No, if you need it, we naturally have it. This is all the divine spring water we have. There are more than 900 drops in total. We'll take it as 900 drops for you. Do you need all of it? Yes, of course. Yi Xian had obtained the entire treasury of Mo Shang Pavilion, so how could he lack these few divine crystals? One had to know that Yi Xian probably had over 100 million divine crystals. Here, this is 9 million divine crystals. Yi Xian casually tossed out a universe ring, appearing to be very casual. However, Yi Xian's actions stunned everyone. He even gave him 9 million divine crystals. One had to know that this was 9 million divine crystals. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all. In fact, the reason he was so direct was because of the system's notification. Ding! System notification. Discovered material that can be used to repair the devouring space. The host is advised to harvest it immediately. Yes, that was it. This divine spring water could repair the devouring space. For Yi Xian, the devouring space was his foundation. Other treasures and divine crystals were nothing to Yi Xian. As long as it could repair the devouring space, no matter how precious it was, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate. Okay, system, the divine spring water is here. How do I use it? Ding! System notification. The host only needs to pour the divine spring water into the devouring space. Yi Xian nodded. Without hesitation, he poured all the divine spring water into the devouring space. Who knew that once the divine spring water entered the devouring space, it immediately turned into rainwater and started to rain heavily in the devouring space. Ding! System notification. The devouring space's repair progress has increased. The current damage is 14.5%. Ding! The divine spring water can repair the devouring space has reached its limit. The remaining divine spring water will be automatically returned to the host. What? There's a limit to saturation? Yi Xian originally thought that the divine spring water could repair the devouring space without limit. He was even prepared to continue purchasing more divine spring water. Who knew that this wasn't the case at all? There was a limit to it. Looking at the more than 100 drops of divine spring water returned by the system, Yi Xian was helpless. However, this time, it gave Yi Xian some inspiration. Could it be that some special materials could repair the space within the devouring space? System, among the resources that I have, are there any materials that can be used to repair the devouring space? Ding! System notification. Among the special resources that the host possesses, there is a portion that can be used to repair the devouring space. Since that's the case, what's the point of hesitating? Use them all. As long as they can be used to repair the devouring space, use them all. Ding! System notification. Use of resources successful. The devouring space's repair progress has increased. The current damage is 10%. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would unintentionally discover such a benefit? The devouring space had actually been repaired by 5%. This was really good. Ding. System notification. The system has detected items that can be used to repair the system from the host's resources. The system has automatically collected and used them. Ding. System notification. The system's repair progress has increased. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Not only did he repair the devouring space, but he also repaired the system a little. However, when the system notification rang out, Yi Xian couldn't smile anymore. Ding. System notification. This repair has consumed 35% of the host's resources. 1/3. It actually consumed 1/3 of Yi Xian's resources in one go. One had to know that this was Mo Shangji's savings. Mo Shanggu was the most powerful person in the 100 territories of Mo. He had a lot of resources in his hands. However, he didn't expect that he would use up 1/3 of his resources in an instant. In an instant, Yi Xian couldn't be smug anymore. It seemed that resources were still a big problem. Boss, do you know if there are any auction houses in Sand City? Oh, there are. Sir, please go straight out of the door. There is a chamber of commerce opened by the city lord in Sand City. Perhaps you can buy what you want. All right. Chapter 2242. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, as soon as Yi Xian stepped out, he saw many people following behind him. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. It seemed that they were planning to rob Yi Xian. That was to be expected. Yi Xian had 9 million divine crystals in one go. It was hard not to be jealous of his wealth. Fortunately, Yi Xian was a first-tier lower profound god and could be considered an expert, so these people didn't make a move immediately. Yi Xian didn't walk far before he saw a huge building. This building was a little strange. Two parallel towers rose from the ground, entangled with each other. From the ground, they looked like two separate towers, but from the top, there was one tower. He wondered who had designed the pagoda to look like this. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and walked in. At this time, several groups of people had gathered outside the tower. That damned brat. How dare he use my money to buy random things? I'll teach him a lesson sooner or later. A bearded man said loudly with a rich expression on his face. This guy was overbearing. He actually said that Yi Xian's divine crystals were his. He also said that Yi Xian's divine crystals were unforgivable. Fortunately, this was an auction set up by the city lord, so these people didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, these people would have attacked Yi Xian already. Yi Xian still didn't know about this. After all, these people didn't show any hostility. Even the system couldn't detect it. At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered. Needless to say, this was the first time Yi Xian saw gods of other races. In the hundreds of territories of Mo, it was rare to see gods of other races. Most of them were gods of the human race. However, in the territory of the sand race, Yi Xian saw many gods of other races because the sand race was a foreign race. System, detect that guy. That guy looks very strange. Ding. System notification. Target has been assigned to the Magic Lantern Clan, middle 3rd stage spiritual god. The Magic Lamp Clan, what a strange clan. Ding. System notification. The Magic Lamp Clan has a special divine ability that allows them to project themselves into the lower world. They will transform into a magic lamp in the lower world, and anyone who obtains it will receive their reward. Yi Xian gave him a strange look. System, what race is that? At this moment, in front of Yi Xian, a guy with unusually large ears walked over. Furthermore, this guy did not have a single strand of hair. Ding. System notification, target specified, Luohan. The Luohan people are a branch of the human race, but because they practice a special cultivation method, they are named separately. Ahem, so this guy is also a human. Alright, it's a misunderstanding. Yi Xian observed his surroundings as he walked. Suddenly, he felt a slight chill in his arm. When Yi Xian looked over, he saw a shadow pass through his body and walk past him. System, what the hell is this? Ding. System notification, target specified, Dead Spirit Clan. The Dead Spirit Clan is divided into many branches, but they are collectively known as the Dead Spirit Clan. No, Dead Spirit? Could it be that this was really a ghost? Yi Xian had learned a lot. Along the way, he saw so many strange clans. If Yi Xian had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not even be willing to believe it. Stones could cultivate to godhood. Flowers and plants could cultivate to godhood. Water and fire could cultivate to godhood. In fact, what surprised Yi Xian the most was that it was a pile of cow dung. That's right, a pile of cow dung had actually cultivated to godhood. It was really as the saying went, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. And when the divine realm was big, what kind of godhood would appear? It was out. Yi Xian was speechless that even cow dung could cultivate to godhood. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he probably would not have believed it. Of course, the one who pooped that pile of cow dung was definitely not an ordinary creature. It was at least a mystic god expert, right? QWPM however, Yi Xian felt that it was better to stay away from these fellows. Others might not feel anything and would not find it strange to be with these fellows. However, Yi Xian did not think so. Especially when he thought of that cow dung godhood, Yi Xian felt a little disgusted. Sir, what would you like to order? When they finally arrived at the counter, a waiter asked Yi Xian respectfully. What special treasures or materials do you have here? Introduce them to me. Yes, sir. After the waiter answered, he handed Yi Xian a jade talisman. Yi Xian released his divine telekinesis and checked. There were only 5 items that could attract his attention. It could be said that there were no special materials here that were worthy of Yi Xian's attention. When he saw Yi Xian frown slightly, the waiter said, "If you want special materials, I'm afraid now is not the time. Our auction house only holds a large-scale auction once every 30 years. Only then will all kinds of special materials appear. The next auction is only 2 years away. If it's convenient for you, sir, you can come back in 2 years." Yi Xian nodded. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to continue staying here, so he walked out directly. Originally, Yi Xian was prepared to enter the desert directly. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by a group of people as soon as he walked out of the Sand City. "What do you want?" Yi Xian looked at these people strangely. At the same time, he said to the system in his heart, "System, test these people's strength." Ding. System notification, 9 spiritual gods, 2 low-level mystic gods, and 1 mid-level mystic god. In that case, they were not weak. So, what did they want? Haha. Kid, you're actually asking us what we want? Actually, we don't want to do anything. It's just that we've been a little tight on money lately, so we want to ask you for some divine crystals to spend. We aren't greedy, so just give us a few tens of millions. A few tens of millions. They really dared to ask. At this point, how could Yi Xian still not understand the logic behind this? You want to rob me, but I don't know if you have the strength to do so. Yi Xian looked indifferently at these people. A mere mid-level mystic god. The rest were all fellows that Yi Xian could kill with a wave of his hand. He wanted to see how they would rob Yi Xian. Hey, kid, you talk big. Hand over the things obediently and we won't make things difficult for you. If you don't, then don't blame us for being merciless. These fellows didn't belong to any sect, and they were a group of independent cultivators. There weren't so many rules between independent cultivators. It could even be said that the law of the jungle was even more vivid. If one had the strength, then no one would care even if they killed someone they didn't like. Not to mention that they would rob him. So, in the eyes of that mid-level mystic god, Yi Xian should hand over the things he wanted. Moreover, if Yi Xian didn't obey, then there wouldn't be any trouble even if he killed Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian had frequently robbed others and killed others to seize their treasures. But now, someone had actually set their sights on him. That person was courting death. Chapter 2243. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Brothers, let's go. Let this guy know what's good for him. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Although Yi Xian only displayed the strength of a low-level peak profound god, it really wasn't enough to make these mid-level profound gods fear him. At this moment, seeing that Yi Xian actually didn't give him face, he directly ordered to attack. Humph, ants like you dare to attack me? 6 syllables, cripple. Following Yi Xian's words, those people were stunned to find that each of their legs had mysteriously separated from their bodies. After the separation, they didn't feel anything at all, and there wasn't even a drop of blood. It was as if they had broken their legs from the beginning. What's going on? Those people were dumbfounded. How could one of their legs disappear just like that? Breaking a leg was nothing to them. After all, as long as they were willing, it wouldn't take long for them to use their divine power and grow a new leg. But the most important thing was that they were baffled by the loss of their legs. Some people started to use their divine power, preparing to regrow their legs. However, this was an attack of the 6 syllables. If it said it would cripple them, how could it possibly let them recover? Not good, my divine power can't repair my legs at all. What's going on? What's going on? After some people failed in their attempts, they were immediately shocked. A cripple with a short leg? A disabled person? There was no precedent for this in the divine realm. The battles in the divine realm were incomparably cruel, so it was inevitable that there would be casualties. Breaking a leg or something like that was very normal. But the most important thing was that as long as there were resources or some special abilities, they could regrow a severed limb. So, there was absolutely no such thing as a disabled person in the divine realm. But the strange thing was that they had indeed broken their legs, and there was no way to recover them. In an instant, except for that mid-level profound god guy, everyone else became one-legged. The mid-level spiritual god frowned. What did you do to them? What kind of strange ability did you use? He knew that all of this was probably done by Yi Xian, because there were no outsiders here except for Yi Xian and them. I'll give you a chance. If you scram now, I won't kill you. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with him. Instead, he said indifferently. Damn it, how dare you threaten me? You're asking for it. That person was infuriated by Yi Xian's words, and immediately attacked. Calm, sand giant. Boom. Suddenly, 2 sand giants appeared and pounced towards Yi Xian at the same time. Is that power? Yi Xian indifferently looked at that person and casually swung his sword. 2 sword lights appeared at the same time. They were shockingly 2 god-slaying slashes. Boom. The sand is his translation. Damn, kid boy translation Bree is damn translation to you like translation to translation you damn translation mystic thunder assault. Be translation on translation to be Xian translations into translation. Translation. That person, translation lightning flashed. In an instant, Yi Xian was completely surrounded by that person. Yes, he was surrounded. That person's movements were too fast. He directly formed a wall of lightning around Yi Xian. At the same time, an even bigger lightning bolt came down from above Yi Xian's head. Boom! The huge attack hit Yi Xian directly. However, it didn't even move Yi Xian's sleeves. This was because Yi Xian had already set up an invincible restriction. That person quickly retreated and put some distance between himself and Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian in shock. He never expected that a mid-level 3rd grade true god like him couldn't do anything to Yi Xian even after using his strongest ability. So, is it my turn to attack? If you can take this attack, I can let you go. Deity slash. Suddenly, Yi Xian struck with his sword. However, there was only one attack. There were 7 deity slashes. Yi Xian was now able to use 7 deity slashes at the same time. With this guy's strength, it was impossible for him to take on 7 of Yi Xian's attacks head-on. Boom! It was only the first slash, but that person's defense was broken. Needless to say, the next few slashes would be even more difficult. The sword light disappeared. However, that mid-level profound god didn't make a sound. With a bang, he fell to the ground. The rest of the people looked at Yi Xian in horror. That mid-level spiritual god was killed by Yi Xian in one strike. Plop. One of them knelt on the ground. "Sir, please spare us. Please spare us. We won't do it again. We won't do it again." Perhaps inspired by their companions, the others immediately knelt down and said in unison, "We were wrong. We were wrong. Please spare our lives, milord." Everyone kept kowtowing and admitting their mistakes, hoping that Yi Xian would spare their lives. There were even some people who slapped themselves in the face one after another. The crisp sound of slapping rang out. Yi Xian didn't even bother to look at them. He said, "Leave your interspatial rings and you can get lost." Since these people wanted to rob him, Yi Xian wouldn't be polite. Those people didn't dare to hesitate. If they lost their treasures, they would have a chance to get them in the future. However, if they lost their lives, they would lose everything. They were nothing in front of Yi Xian, who could kill a mid-level third-class profound god in one strike. Therefore, no one hesitated. They took out their interspatial rings. Yi Xian waved his hand and took away all the interspatial rings. After looking through them and seeing that there was nothing worthy of his attention, he chose to devour them. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a mid-level second-class true god. For Yi Xian, even if he wanted to store resources, he couldn't say that he was keeping things that were too lousy. Yi Xian stored resources mainly for refining seals. Of course, there might be other uses for them. Therefore, if they were lousy resources, they would be useless to Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't care about those people anymore. Those people scrambled to escape as if they had been pardoned. It was better not to kill in the city, but it was still okay to cripple them. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, a voice sounded. "Not bad, little guy. You're good at using underhanded means." "Who is it?" Yi Xian was shocked. During the battle just now, he had been releasing his divine consciousness. In other words, Yi Xian didn't notice that someone was hiding in the dark. Moreover, this person didn't show any hostility, so the system didn't notice him. Yi Xian looked around but didn't see anyone at all. However, at this moment, the air suddenly blurred. An old man walked out. Ding! System notification. Target set, Peak Profound God. It was actually a Peak Profound God. Yi Xian was surprised. One had to know that he could deal with a mid-level profound god. However, it was almost impossible to deal with a high-level profound